great computers.
Please stop picking on the Macs.
He just asked a question.
All those people in the Apple cult are wondering why. It's okay for us to make fun of you, but you can't make fun of us.
My computer works great all the time, every day.
I poured coffee into my computer. See, it's working fine.
That's not where coffee goes. Your computer didn't need a speaker.
Yeah, exactly.
I poured coffee into it, and you know what I did that day? Worked like normal. It was a great day. It was a lovely day.
It worked even though you poured coffee on it?
Yeah, it's pretty
Did you have
amazing.
to put it in a bag of rice?
No, I showed up to work. Everything was fine.
I remember as a kid when you first learned about the bag of rice trick, it feels like magic. You're like, oh no, my phone's ruined. It's full of water. You just put the bag of rice.
So have you ever dropped your phone in the toilet?
Not the toilet, but I've gotten it wet before, like pools.
Yeah. I dropped my phone in the toilet actually pretty recently. And yeah, like probably within the last few months. First time I ever did anything like that. Like I've never broke my phone in the history of me having a phone.
Mm-hmm.
I dropped my phone in the toilet because it was sitting on the counter to the sink, and I picked up the towel that was underneath it.
Oh
and
no!
It was happening in kind of slow motion.
That's not good.
It went right in the toilet. I just picked it right out, and then nothing happened.
Is that the worst thing you've ever dropped in the toilet?
He probably didn't wash his hands.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's Vegas. You're not supposed to wash your hands.
I
It
accidentally-
was clean. It was clean water.
I accidentally dropped my glasses in the toilet once.
Yeah, how'd that go?
It was horrible. It was the worst. I
Yeah.
felt like I disinfected it a billion times because I just didn't want any of the toilet stuff on my face.
Yeah, understandable.
It was the worst.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely.
That's why you need to keep your face out of the toilet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Nick.
How else am I going to get a drink of water?
Nice.
I don't know, but
Well,
use a straw.
Good call. I'd get one of those silly straws.
Happer, have you reached ready for next week?
indeed.
Itis,
I was just telling Josh Odson right before you guys came in.
the fine producer of your
Just
show.
kind of ran out of gas today.
Did
know?
you?
Just like that was, yeah.
Interesting.
But we'll take a weekend, we'll refresh, and we'll roll again next week.
Yeah.
One more week.
Was it Mitch on your pod today who was like, Matt Rule will speak today, and then he'll speak Monday. I don't know what he's going to get asked.
Yeah.
That was funny.
People are out of topics.
Yeah.
Well, I'm kind of hoping that maybe this year we can finally get to, because it used to be that those press conferences, the Monday, and maybe we just need to move back to Tuesday.
Oh, bring back Tuesday press conferences.
Because it seemed like the Tuesday press conference, we always got questions about the other team.
you got to look ahead.
You looked ahead.
Monday, you're still looking
Instead,
back.
you're still looking back.
When was the last time they did the Tuesday press
Big
conference?
12.
Yeah.
It's been
a
since
long
the Big
time.
10.
Yeah.
So since 2011.
It does coincide with the program being a complete and total disaster.
Bingo.
Yep.
Because the reason they moved is because Tuesdays in the Big 10 are the conference call.
The conference call. Oh, I remember the Big Ten
Do
conference
people
call.
still do conference calls?
I used to do it. I used to listen to it.
Class 2 if
end
you
of
want to
the-
ask a
End
question.
of the Bo era, maybe like Riley era. I
Yeah.
would listen to the Big Ten.
Well, you always
I
have
think
to
we
listen
would
during
too.
the Bo era because,
Yeah,
we
he
were
might yell
usually
at somebody.
responding to,
Yeah, yeah.
audio tapes.
There's
and
no way that still
other
happens,
things.
right? The Big Ten teleconference, that can't be a thing.
I haven't
haven't
gotten
heard
an
about
email
it.
about it.
Maybe they've stopped
So
it.
Nebraska could, in theory, go back to Tuesday pressers. on
I
their
think
own
they
volition.
should. I think they should. It's just a better way
Make
to.
Tuesdays great again.
I
Yeah.
think the last press conference of the preseason, or maybe even the last 10 minutes of a regular press conference, should just be reserved for goofy questions.
No.
Like a dumb debate, but
No.
with the press conference.
No.
Yeah, why not?
No.
Because
I hate
then
when
it'll
that
just
happens.
last longer.
Yeah, I hate when that happens.
You
I
get
feel
some
like-
stuff that you would not want to hear, Nick.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then you would get some stuff that's really entertaining.
No.
Depending on who the person
the
is.
juice is not worth the squeeze.
Good take.
Agreed.
Yeah.
You know, if we had a coach like
Dare I say stick to sports, but
if we
stick
had
to
if we had a
Mhm.
coach like the great Mike Leach, you wouldn't even need that because you could usually went in that direction anyway.
Yeah, I was gonna
But
say,
you need
even
a
that
coach
grew
like
old.
that. But you need a coach like that if you're going to pull off something
It
like
got
that.
to the point with him where they would only ask him those
Well,
questions. Be like,
yeah.
what are we
And
doing?
Not to crap on our media, but it's a two-way street. The goofiness, we have to provide some of the goofiness too, not just, is a hot dog a sandwich, coach? We'd get those types of questions. You don't want those types of questions,
No.
Nick.
No, you
Now,
don't.
if you want to go down there,
Yeah, Nick, you could go and ask a funny question.
Yeah, why not? I'll do it.
there you go.
I'm not a coward.
Wow.
And then
You
you'll
just call
be,
Steve Sipple a coward.
and then you'll be that guy that everyone talks about when you walk in the room. Oh, God,
100%.
I'm
there's-
already that guy.
Oh boy,
Because there are
there's
media
that
members
guy.
who ask questions and everyone's like,
100%.
Uh-huh.
You could be that guy.
I thought we were done with this.
Everybody would look at you funny, and then they would talk about you behind your back.
That just
you
sounds
handle
like
it?
a Tuesday.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't think you could handle it.
Okay.
Wow.
All right, sorry. I didn't mean.
He's busy right now. He's not. He doesn't care about anything.
I
you
don't
just
care
said.
about anything.
He's busy. He's busy.
Not too busy to make the suggestion, though.
Interesting. Great point, John.
Well, I'm ignoring Happer after he said that because that was a mean thing to say.
But
I'm rubber and he's glue.
oh, okay. So wait, your stuff bounces off of us?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of fair.
You know, I think you can glue two pieces of rubber together.
That's not the saying, though, John.
So the glue does stick to the rubber.
People forget. Happer, your thoughts on glue and or rubber?
I haven't used glue in a long time.
Really?
You should use glue again.
I just did the other day.
What for?
Not even super glue?
You know, we repainted the cabinets, and we needed to get the little rubber bouncy bumpers.
Oh, I love
you know,
those.
yeah, you put the bumpers on the
So
door.
it doesn't go. Cling, ding.
Yeah. And one of them got repurposed because it was, I don't know why, but it had lost its adhesion. So I
Yes.
just got a little bit of that Gorilla Glue.
Ah.
Just put a little dab will do you.
I definitely have a
Slap
Gorilla
it on
Glue.
there, and it's good to go.
You
Gorilla
have to
Glue kicks
have
ass.
a thing of Gorilla Glue.
Gorilla Tape also kicks ass. I love it.
I don't have that.
Nate says Connor won't ever lose his wallet, but he'll drop his phone in the toilet. WTF?
Yeah, it was so. It was very out of character. Very out of character.
Tough luck, bro.
But
And
it happened, so now it's in
And you want me to converse with you on the way to Lincoln
Well,
in 15
And
days?
it wasn't in the
sure
common
to
way
video it.
in which you would drop your phone. It wasn't like I just I dropped
Or
my
you're
phone
like
into
a,
the toilet. No, it wasn't that.
oh.
It wasn't that.
juggling
like
it
Tom
before
and
it-
Jerry.
It was a bloop. Yeah, it wasn't normal. It was very unorthodox.
I openly wasn't openly cheering for you, but I openly cheer for people who are looking at their phone while standing. I'm not talking about the people that are sitting and
Yeah,
looking at
that's
their
cool.
phone.
That's
Standing, doing your number one and looking at your phone. I'm openly rooting for you to drop your phone in
I do
the
that.
toilet
Yeah,
and
you're
or your
peeing.
time.
You cannot look at your phone for 30 seconds to a
You
minute.
can. You also
Yeah.
don't have to look at the toilet.
Look at Gen Z over here. That is unexpected, Nick.
Look at the wall.
I figured you'd be on your phone nonstop.
Be in your thoughts.
I look at my phone.
It's 30 seconds to a
Well,
minute.
I'm openly rooting for you to drop in the toilet. And then I'm sure you'll come back and brag.
Oh, but it's an Apple phone,
You
so
would-
it kept working.
You wouldn't have any
Bingo.
chance to drop it. You're holding it off to the side.
Meanwhile-
I look at it over here.
Yeah.
Hand on the stuff. hand
Meanwhile,
on the
my
phone.
hands are just like Moises Alou. I used to pee on my hands. I just pee on my phone now and then transfer it to my
That's
hands.
just.
I don't look at my phone like down there, John. It's over here. You know.
No, I'm talking about after you drop it in the toilet.
Oh, I see.
Drop it in the urinal with all the cake and the
Cake.
and the
Are you-
cigarette butts.
That latched to your phone that you can't just not look at it for 30 seconds?
No, I definitely could.
No.
It's a choice.
Nick, I'm the one who goes home
Yeah.
and reads books.
Yeah,
bro.
I know. That's why this is
Well, that's
surprising to
different than
Just killing time.
It's something to do.
yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah,
me. You're already doing something. You're peeing.
Yeah.
Not
got a
really.
mention on
That's-
Twitter. Oh, hey, an email from somebody that I should respond to at work.
Why
You
do
know,
people?
those
Why do
situations.
people scroll on their phones while they drive? Because
Yeah.
driving it's ancillary.
You're also
It's-
not. That's also really dumb.
I'm just saying.
Well,
I'm
that's-
using it as an
that's
example.
dangerous and against the law.
Yeah,
Correct.
you shouldn't do that. You're putting other people at danger
But
of doing
it's
that.
because they get bored.
Real quick, going back to the Nick press conference thing, I did want to read this comment from Chance, who writes, Matt Rule throws his King James Bible at Nick after one
Oh.
question, to which brings this question.
Yes.
Is Matt Rule a King James version when he reads the Bible? That's the old school with thy and thee.
I feel like if
and
if he's the son of a preacher man, he
I'm
probably
son
is.
of a preacher man.
Are you King
Hell
James
no.
pilled?
Heck no, Nick. I was New International Version.
Mm,
Oh, yeah.
What are you guys talking about?
the Bible.
Bro,
Pepper.
do you even Bible, bro?
I've read a Bible. I don't know what version.
You don't know you didn't know what version of the Bible you have?
Absolutely not.
John, do you know what version of the Bible you have?
No.
I
You
think ours.
have a Bible.
I'm sure there's one in the house somewhere.
I think mine was the New International Version.
Yeah,
I
New
honestly don't
International.
know.
It's layman's terms. It doesn't use old school words.
Yeah.
Oh,
You know what's
it's
really
probably that
insane?
one then.
The graphic novel Bibles, where it's stories from the Bible but in graphic novel
Yeah,
form.
that's not for me.
No, that's wild.
Yeah, I don't
It's not
want
for
that.
me either.
A picture book Bible?
Yeah,
That's
basically, an
That's-
anime picture book Bible.
anime.
Anime.
I mean, that's what graphic novel. I mean, graphic novels don't have to be, I guess.
I was gonna say they don't have to
they
be.
don't
Nick, can you
have
send me a copy of this? I want to see what this looks like.
Nick's Anime Bible.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to read that. John emails in, I, like Connor, had never broken my phone or dropped it in water until 2 weeks ago when I had it in my pocket and followed my grandson into the swimming pool. No chance of saving it.
Oh,
I'm sending it to you. It's called the Action Bible.
I'm very conscious about all that stuff, but sometimes all it takes you
Mhm.
just slip one time.
Action Bible.
There you go. I sent you the Amazon link.
The Action Bible.
Oh, it failed to send.
That sounds.
Thank you,
kinda-
Elon.
I got a gift after I went through I don't remember what it was. It was when I was a teenager. I'm not Catholic, so it wasn't whatever the thing Catholics do.
Communion?
CCD?
No, that
yeah.
thing. But I got a Bible and I had my name on it. Very cool.
We did a version of CCD in Lutheranism, but we called it
DDC.
Catechism.
Oh, okay.
Or midweek.
The Action Bible.
Yeah, there it is.
4.9 stars. 9,447 ratings.
Oh, it's got good reviews.
Presents
Yeah.
more than 230 fast-paced narratives in chronological order, making it easy to follow the Bible's historical flow in building up to the thrilling climax of God's redemptive story.
Don't forget about Revelation, though.
I hope that's the thrilling climax.
Hell yeah. Heck yeah. I apologize. I don't mean to keep using hell.
Look
when
at
we're
that. Look how
discussing-
badass Jesus looks in the Action Bible.
Is he
There's
ripped?
David.
Is he ripped?
He looks like he would be ripped, but he's wearing his robe.
It came out in 20.
Is it like a
He
a
sent
robe?
the DM.
Like
You
a-
can look at it, John. You can
it-
click the link.
see
I
that?
like
See
to let
Jesus?
Nick describe it for me. I'm a theater of the mind person. Is he wearing a robe like the Nature Boy? Ric Flair wore a robe.
No, it's just a white
Does
tunic.
that have like Jesus on the back?
Looks like
and
anime
sparkly-
Jesus.
No, it's just a white tunic, and then he's got like a blue sash, and then he's on a boat for some reason, like a
I want
rowboat.
my Bible to
I don't
be as
remember what
boring
story
as
that is.
possible.
Want a boring Bible?
So you want the King James version then?
No, I want it to. I don't want it to say thy and.
Do you want the new King James version?
You want the international
I
version
want it just a blank front, a nice hard front cover with
a
that.
leather?
Yes.
that says Bible.
That'd be
Why the Bible
great.
I
It
have is
just
leather.
says Bible,
Mine doesn't even say Bible.
like the
on
ones
it.
at the hotel.
Oh, those are very plain.
Just
Oh.
plain.
Duncan writes the new revised standard version, Catholic edition, is peak. I remember the first time I saw a Catholic Bible. I was like, whoa, there's extra books in here that I never heard of before. I was at a friend's house.
I don't know the difference.
There's
of
like
any
4 or
Bibles.
5 extra books. Never heard of them before.
And yet none of them,
Oh, here we go.
none of them
Catholic John.
say anything about abstaining from eating meat during Lent.
Oh, John's going after his wife. Keep going, John. Say some more.
It's
Not
almost
going after my
John's
wife. I'm
pre-triggered
just,
for March.
I'm just saying. There's nothing in the. Is
Yeah,
nothing
why
in the
do we do
playbook.
that, John?
I
Do you
don't
want to get this, John?
know.
Okay, so I think I have a theory.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'd rather have not a theory, but
Why
like the
don't-
Well,
reason.
because I don't know if the truth is actually out there, John, because it's
I'll
a
look it up.
I'm
controversial
sure
theory.
it is.
Basically, the fishermen. The Pope and the fishermen had some kind of thing, and the Pope wanted to help out the fishermen. So Lent was like, oh, you can't eat meat
Oh,
except
so-
for fish. You can eat fish.
Oh, so you think it's
Little quid pro quo.
yeah.
interesting.
I think it's a little which the Catholics have never done.
So the Archdiocese of St.
So you
Paul
think-
and Minneapolis says on their website, odd that if you Google this, that's the first link that shows up. Since Jesus sacrificed his flesh for us on Good Friday, we refrain from eating flesh meat in his honor on Fridays.
Flesh meat.
Flesh meat includes the meat of mammals and poultry, and the main foods that come under his heading are beef, pork, chicken, and turkey. So that is the official reason. But
Uh-huh.
you are denying it.
I'm denying it. I mean,
I'm a
his,
little upset on behalf of the fish.
his
What you mean? I'm not made of flesh?
Jesus loved Long John Silver.
Full question: Are fish made of flesh?
I'm just saying, historically, the Catholic Church has modified the Bible and a lot of these things to kind of fit their own narratives.
I went down a Bible Wikipedia rabbit hole the other day.
What is going on?
I don't know. And I stumbled on other Bibles I didn't read them, but I stumbled on Wikipedia pages for Bibles from like the 4th century. Nick's not wrong.
Are you religion curious?
I grew up a pastor's kid. I had many
I think
tastes.
theology is a really interesting subject.
Yeah. What books
Okay.
remain
Like,
today?
I'm not that religious at all, but I like to study theology.
I think it's
It's cool.
fascinating.
I like anthropology, finding
All
out
I know
people
is
and
it ain't in
culture.
a dang playbook, and so I don't know why we.
Yeah. Well,
And also, fish isn't meat for some reason.
fish is the water of me. Oh, wait.
Though if you go to
Yes,
the grocery
actually.
store, where is the fish located?
In its own
Meat
section.
No, it's next to the
It is
meat.
very close by. The crab legs are in one freezer.
It's in
and
the
the
meat
steak
section.
is in another freezer.
when
Shrimp.
when Hy-Vee decides to put the fish section in a total opposite corner from the rest of the
Nice.
meat we can talk.
When Hy-Vee gets a fish department, that's when we're moving.
Does Hy-Vee still do live lobsters?
No, not that I've seen.
When I was a kid, I
sure?
used to like to go to Hy-Vee and
I've
just watch
been there
them.
many times. I have not seen a live lobster at Hy-Vee
I think
in
there's
years.
some. Didn't they pass some sort of law where
I don't see those in
can't-
Omaha at
yeah,
all
I don't think
anymore.
you could do that anymore.
Oh, do you see them, John?
I bet PETA got really mad.
I try to march past the fish section as fast as I can because it reeks.
It does a little smell.
It's a little fishy.
Oh yeah, I had those tacos last week. When we did West for dinner, and I told John, "Yeah, I'm having fish tacos tonight." The look on John's face.
Yeah, I
It's
think
like
fish
I spat
tacos.
on him.
People, I have the same reaction to fish tacos as some people have to pineapple on pizza.
Wow. That's how I feel about that.
It's like it's a waste of a taco.
Yeah.
Wow, fish tacos are good.
I'm with John. I don't like fish tacos.
There's a refreshing nature to it, which is really nice.
Yeah, we did a little lime on it on
A little
top.
crema?
Little squeeze. Oh, crema. I love a good crema.
I do love a good crema.
Hell yeah,
A
man.
good crema.
Mustache Adam, I too have also heard that the Catholic Church bailed out the fishermen because they were too big to fail. Wow. Is this a theory?
I didn't just come up with this theory.
John says, so Nick is all in on the big Vatican conspiracy.
I mean, there are a lot of conspiracies.
Uh-huh.
How come they had the vaults sealed for so long?
That you want to talk about something that fascinates me as a
Mhm.
reader of Dan Brown?
Yes, Da
Dan
Vinci
Brown
Code.
back in the day. Oh man, I was like, what's going on with this?
There's a
this
lot
whole
of-
religion. It's wild.
There's a lot of interesting things.
Oh yeah. You ever read the Da Vinci Code, John?
No,
You ever read Angels and Demons, John?
no,
That's the sequel to the Da Vinci Code. He'd
It's
be
actually
confused.
the prequel.
Oh, really? I thought that was a sequel.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
Happer, your thoughts?
Absolutely not.
I remember watching the movie as a kid, and it freaked me out at the beginning when the dude was flagellating himself.
Oh yeah.
Because I'm like, wow, he's just... Because I didn't know what it was.
oh yeah, he
Like,
was
this dude's just whipping himself.
Jeremiah says Jeremiah, that's a Bible name. It's okay to eat fish because fish do not have feelings. And then he adds Nirvana Unplugged. My first Bible was the New King James Version. Now it's the New International Version. There you go. Tweet us your Bible.
He says, now I rock the New International
Oh, my
version."
bad. Now I rock it. Odson says, remember Tom Hanks' hair? His hair.
He looked like a bird.
There
Dude,
must
it was-
be a lot of interest in Pope stuff. You know,
in
I
Pope
guess.
stuff.
there's Pope
Poll question, is there a lot of interest in Pope stuff?
because there's a lot of Pope shows.
Yeah.
There's Pope movies.
It's
Yeah.
because they're so mysterious. The Pope is just...
You're
hanging out
totally
there.
right. The
Is
Pope
he
is
really
so
that mysterious?
At one point,
mean,
at one point in world history, there was like 3 popes.
Who
at
plays,
one time.
Who plays the Pope?
They called it the Pope Wars.
The Pope Wars. This sounds like a Game of Thrones.
It
Yeah,
does a
it
little
does.
bit. But yeah, there was
Dun,
one point.
dun,
There was like
dun,
3
dun,
different
dun.
popes. There was one in like the Byzantine Empire, then the Holy Roman Empire, then actual
This is
old
like how
Rome.
4 radio stations used to call Nebraska football games.
Yes.
It
Yes,
is
it
actually.
You had like
It's
the
exactly
Lyle
like that.
Bremser version of the Pope, and
Yeah. Then you
John
had
knows the names. I don't know the names.
Yeah, you had the Dick Perry version of the Pope.
There you
had
go.
the Don Gill version of
That's
the
exactly
Pope.
what it is. That's a great
Joe
comparison.
Patrick version of the Pope.
Lyle Bremser was my Pope.
Nick, who's the Lyle Bremser of Pope?
Man, woman, and child did that. I can't.
Hey,
think
there
of
are
anything.
aisles at church.
Put him in the aisles.
I don't know enough about papal history to get into the specifics.
Mm.
I was a Lutheran, so I don't know Pope history. that well.
Zell says actually the Catholic Bible is the original, and Martin Luther took the books out. So what did he do? He nailed some stuff up, and then he was
The
like
thesis, the
ripping
99
out.
thesis.
I love that. I love the Martin Luther meme. Nailed it.
What would Jesus?
The
is talking
Vatican
about-
also did pare down the Bible too, though.
What would Jesus' nickname
Wasn't
have
just.
been if he would have played for the Huskers? Or Lyle Bremser, Johnny the Jet,
I don't know.
Irving the Friar Flyer.
Well, what
the
would Jesus
Flyer
have?
Fryer.
What would Jesus have done on the football field?
I bet Jesus would have been popular.
Would
in
have
college.
performed a lot of miracles.
Yo,
Would have been like
So
Amir
he'd been a-
Abdullah.
He would have been a quarterback.
I don't know. Would he have been?
I mean,
a
back in the
quarterback?
day, not so much. In the modern era,
I
he'd
see
be
middle.
a
I
quarterback.
see Jesus as a middle linebacker.
Oh wow! If you can perform
Manti
middle,
Te'o.
if you can perform miracles as a middle linebacker, you are a special.
That's a
athlete.
pretty good middle
Well,
linebacker.
that's-
especially in 2024.
Because I don't
That
think
doesn't
Jesus would
exist
just,
anymore. Really,
Like Jesus' special skill wouldn't be to just like have a bunch of tackles. Like he'd have to
Are
be
you
doing.
sure?
He'd have to be doing
like the,
amazing.
would he be like the
things.
water boy?
Yeah,
Well,
like,
you don't want Jesus to be the water boy.
If the
nothing-
other team can't
turn it all into
score
wine.
because
No, the movie, Nick.
if the other team can't score, you're not going to lose.
there's nothing real flashy about just having a bunch of tackles. Though.
I don't think
guarantee
Jesus
you,
wants
if
to be
Jesus
flashy,
played with
though.
the Iowa Hawkeyes, he would be on defense.
I don't think Jesus
tight
wants
end.
to be flashy.
I think he'd be on defense.
Yeah, but what if he played for
and
USC?
special teams. He'd be like Cooper DeJean.
Yeah,
Jesus is
Instead,
like
it'd be Cooper
DeJean.
to Jesus.
I bet Jesus would be on the O line because he wants to protect the quarterback because he's selfless.
he'd be a left tackle.
Yes.
Nice.
You don't think Jesus would want to be that flashy?
No, I
on the
don't think he
football
wants to be.
field?
I think Jesus is a humble dude.
Duncan says he would have gone to Notre Dame. Duh.
Was Jesus
Oh,
Irish?
there you go. He's Manti Te'o.
Have you ever seen
Teo.
Have you ever seen Touchdown Jesus?
He's a
No.
Google
he's a
touchdown
slow
Jesus.
linebacker. Had
Wow.
a bunch of tackles. Almost won the Heisman. Forgettable career. Really.
Brought his lunch pail every day.
Dude, yeah, and then he
Had a fake
got-
girlfriend.
yeah, pretend girlfriend. What a wild story that was. Nick is learning right now about Touchdown Jesus.
You've never heard it? Oh,
Really,
yeah.
Nick?
I'm not.
I love
surprised Nick
Touchdown
doesn't
Jesus.
know about
It's one of my
Touchdown
favorite
Jesus.
random college football
Touchdown
traditions.
Jesus is a lot less visible than it used to be from the football field.
That's
That's
right.
right.
because they've
They built up
built
the
it
stadium.
higher.
built up
yeah.
the stadiums. It's the library. Is that what that is?
I believe so.
Is it the library?
I think
or is
so.
it the main hall? The
Let's see. The World of Life
administration
mural. Let's see. So it's a mural, but what is that building? It is the library on the side of the Hesburgh Library.
We need a Touchdown Jesus on the Love Library.
It's actually called Word of Life.
Oh, here we go, Nick.
I didn't actually even know
That's a
that.
tall library.
It is. Yeah, it's huge. It
Very
is.
large
I wonder how many
Right, the
Bibles are in
artwork
there.
is 134 feet tall, 68 feet wide. The building itself is
I think you were off in your measurements.
what,
'Cause-
134 feet tall. That's what the Wikipedia page says. 68 feet.
Oh,
wide.
okay. What was? Oh, I was looking at the
Which
meters.
came
I'm sorry.
first, the Notre Dame Stadium or the library of which Touchdown Jesus?
Great question.
Notre Dame Stadium. They built this in 63.
And then they put Touchdown
Oh,
Jesus
so this
on
is
there.
this is like more modern.
Yeah, it originally was called Memorial
Oh.
Library, and then they renamed it in honor of a reverend who was the university president from 52 to 87. Looks like they renamed it in honor of his retirement. Library ranked as the 61st largest collection among research universities in the United States, 3.39 million volumes.
Mm.
And I was at a library recently, just wandering. The Dewey Decimal System
Crazy.
was throwing me for a
Yeah,
loop.
crazy.
I was like, I don't understand. I went back to the fiction section because I was confused. Because fiction section, it's organized by last names.
Yeah, it's
Not
just an
so much
alphabetical order.
in the Dewey Decimal
Oh,
System.
Dewey Decimal's not last name?
No.
No, the Dewey Decimal System is how they organize all the different books.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, it's
And I thought it was all last name.
No,
I just thought it was
no.
constantly always last name.
No.
It is. I don't.
I
know.
used to know.
Yeah.
I
This
Oh
is
used to
something
know
I
the
learned, I
code.
think,
we
in
all learned this. Yeah.
third grade, I think, is when I learned about the Dewey Decimal System. It's a lot.
100%. Yeah.
My mom's not very happy with me right now because I have forgotten the Dewey Decimal System.
Yeah. So 000 through 99 is general information. 100 through 199 philosophy and psychology. Yada 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 yada. So yeah, it's
You just had to
organized by the
remember all that.
sections. Now, I guess within those sections, I still don't know if it's last name because it seemed like it was all over the place.
I think people just weren't putting books in the right spot.
I don't know. Everything seemed fairly
'Cause
organized.
I remember
That's what
learning.
librarians are for.
I remember
Yes.
learning that the system was supposed to be like a last name based thing.
Yeah. They also told us that cursive was faster than writing,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
novels.
They also told us we'd never have a calculator in our pocket.
True.
They
Yeah.
also told us we'd have flying cars by now.
Your teacher said that?
Again, you've
No,
seen how
just-
people
just
drive. Do you want
society
them
in
to
general.
be in the air?
Society did tell us that.
Yeah, again, I had another idiot today decide that
Oh.
they're just going to randomly drive into my lane when I was clearly there.
And you know
that
how much
happens
more
to me every day.
This is getting
Yeah.
worse.
They just float over there.
Yeah.
And then I let them go for a little bit until they're about halfway there. They're about to hit me. And then I can say,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I gave him the horn and then
and then usually
and
they
then-
have
and
the
then-
gall to yeah, exactly. They do that. What the hell?
The
well,
thing that's
this person who was driving one of them little Cooper Mini things. I did
Oh.
the
Mini Cooper.
who cares? Who cares?
Hey, my mom
it ain't
has
a
a
Chevy.
Coupe Mini.
The I did the
I like Mini.
I'm
De
watching
Niro.
you.
I'm watching
Yeah,
you
Nice.
Nice.
gesture.
The thing that
I
I've-
did not do the finger.
The thing that
Normally,
I
I
don't
do the
like right
finger.
now is if you're in like this lane and you're like, oh, I have to exit in 2 feet. Lane. Like, what are you doing? Pay
Mhm.
attention to where you're going.
On my
Oh,
way
no.
in this morning, there was a guy who was in the lane next to me to the right.
Yeah.
And then he was right up on the butt of my truck.
Yeah.
In the lane I was in.
They-
But then I was exiting.
Yeah.
And then he's like, oh, I don't actually need to be here after all. I'm just going to cut this dude off and go back to the original lane I was in.
Sounds like a real jerk.
Mhm.
Sounds like a real
It's bad out there, man. It's bad.
Hoagie
Yeah.
skirt. John gave him the old Bill Callahan throat slash.
Nice. Do that. That'd be a good move.
I should have.
Sal says this crossover is all over the road. Yeah, like these bad drivers.
Yeah, they think these bad Omaha drivers. Watch where the hell you're going.
Yeah, seriously. I don't want my co-host to die on the road. That would suck.
I wasn't going to get taken out by a Cooper Mini.
Mini Cooper.
Maybe that's why the Pope
I
doesn't come to.
disrespect this vehicle and the people who drive it.
Well, that's my mom, John.
Maybe it was your mom that did that.
What color was it?
I believe it was black.
Nope, that's not my mom.
Maybe the reason the Pope doesn't come to Omaha is because they don't want to deal with the drivers when he's in the Pope mobile.
Nice.
That's true. Because he's very top heavy. I mean, you get out of control in that thing, you're tipping over.
It would get cut off.
My dad used to have a red Mini Cooper. So my parents at one point, they had 2 Mini Coopers.
That's cool.
That's sad.
2 Mini Coopers.
My mom's is
They're
a normal size
They're very
vehicle.
tiny.
Though. My mom's isn't. My dad had one of the tiny.
Oh, does your mom have the country?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I hate. That's my least favorite Mini Cooper because it's not a Mini Cooper.
Tell that to my mom's face, Nick.
I like this. I like the Mini Cooper.
Okay.
Well, I don't because it cut me off today.
Remember when everyone was driving PT Cruisers?
Yes.
The early aughts were a
What
wild
a
time.
time.
I loved the fake wood paneling.
Those were so dorky.
They were so bad.
I mean, they were really, really, really dorky.
Yeah, they were horrible.
Everyone had it, though.
It's
I
like the
know,
reason
it was-
that the car was invented so people could say PT Cruiser Bruiser. I think that was the only reason why.
Honestly, I think
punched.
we can blame the PT Cruiser on the fact that now everything's a damn SUV. Because that was kind of the trend. That's when it started to move over, when we started leaving cars and moving to SUVs.
You know what kind of car Happer has, John?
Well, I know, and I'm not against SUVs in general. I'm just against the idea that no one's selling cars anymore.
100%. Like actually, my current SUV, I think it's categorized as a compact SUV.
Yeah.
It's less big than my sedan was.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It makes it feel bigger, like it's got the hatchback or whatever.
It's like the food companies who the shrinkflation.
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh, I'm paying as much as I am for this box of cereal, but the cereal box is small.
I
hate
think
that crap.
the biggest scourge on the audio industry right now is all the crossovers because
Which are basically SUVs.
We love the
But-
crossover.
Yeah, powered by Every Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everylevelconcrete.com, Nick.
Happy New
the
Year.
vehicle type of crossover. Because
Oh. You said radio.
no, I said scourge on road.
No, you said radio.
Did I say radio?
Yeah.
I did not mean radio.
Yeah.
I thought I said auto.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's
Audio.
the crossover because it's like an SUV, but worse. It doesn't do anything because they're usually 2-wheel drive. At least an SUV is sport utility vehicle, but a crossover is just, here's a car with a hatchback.
Yeah, I don't even know what the difference is. I didn't even know that there was that difference.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I don't even what do I have?
I don't know. Do you have 4-wheel drive?
Yes.
You have an SUV.
So it's not a crossover.
No.
Dope. I'm cool in Nick's book.
Good.
Josh is going to get to ride in my SUV.
Yeah, you're
Not
driving.
going to talk to me.
I'm going to have
Yeah.
many conversations. I'm going to say, this is a vehicle.
And you're going to record
Yeah.
it.
Nick would be okay with this vehicle.
You're
Yeah,
going to say, look at this game that I'm watching on my YouTube.
Oh boy, that was a great play by so and so.
Wow, this is wild. I'm getting made fun of for liking football. Is that
Yes!
what this world has come
You like
to?
football too much. Take a break.
You're
Too
getting
much.
actually you're getting made fun of for keeping your nose in your phone too long. First you're doing it while you're peeing,
Same.
and now you're doing it while you should be having a conversation with a guy who's nice enough to spend his money and use his
I didn't realize
miles
he was driving. I
to
could have
drive
driven.
your ass.
I'd drive. I'll pick him up.
Well, yeah, but then you probably wreck and die because you'll be sitting on your damn
That's
phone
true.
all the time.
That's true.
You know,
I'm
the
doing it for
interstate's
our
real
safety.
busy on game days. It's
It is.
bad.
Yeah, what time should we leave?
I
I'm wondering that.
Time's the game? 6:30?
Yeah, but we're doing the show at 4. If we left at 1, would we be okay? Get there at 2-ish?
We'd be plenty fine.
All right. Just want to make sure because we're going to have to park and then walk.
Yeah. Are we going to hammer beers beforehand or what?
Hammer? No. Have? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, John, you're getting our parking next week, it sounds like, for us.
Excuse me?
John, you going to the press conference?
No, he's going to the game. Aren't you going to the game?
Yes, I'm going to the game.
There you go. Yeah, you're getting our parking for us.
I'm doing Big Red Overreaction.
Hell yeah, Happer. I can't wait to listen.
I love that show. I have a great attitude about it, unlike some people.
John, everyone, it's John. YouTube user says the ride from Omaha to Lincoln with Connor Josh will be must-see TV. I'm jealous. You should auction off a seat in the car for money for St. Jude.
But also just
I am
record it.
$1,200
hell?
short.
That
I'm
seems like a
$1,200
punishment.
short. If someone donates $1,200 to my
Yeah,
St.
you
Jude,
can ride in the car.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
You can ride in the car, and I'll give you my phone so you can record it.
Now Josh is inviting people into my car.
Exactly.
I'll
What?
drive. I'll drive. If Happer
This
doesn't
is
want to have a random listener in
You
their
just
car.
invited someone into Connor's car.
I'll drive.
Maybe he wants to keep his back seat
Now he has a child now. His back
There's
seat will
only
never
one
be
seat
clean
that's
again.
available because the other seat is
Car seat, boy.
has a car seat.
Yeah.
Or car seat base.
$1,200. You can ride with us. I'll drive. I'll drive my car.
That sounds like a punishment.
Oh, hanging out with Happer and I, dude, that's a ball of fun.
No,
Ball
it
of
won't.
fun.
It'll just be like hanging out with Happer. It'll be like
How
you
about
were not
this?
even there.
You
'cause
make
you'll
it
be watching your game.
$1,500, and we'll tell you every Scott Frost story we've ever heard. Every one.
We'll show you the picture of the shirt.
We will show you the picture of the shirt.
Amazing.
I'm serious. I'm serious. If someone donates that much money to my St. Jude fundraiser, you can ride.
What
When
do
you
I get
take
out
a
of
video,
this?
when you take a video though, make sure you get a good angle.
And I'll buy Happer a beer.
Damn it.
I don't know. Start a fundraiser. We can give money
You'll
to you
take
too.
Happer to White Castle.
I respect that.
He would respect that.
I
Don't
would
worry, Happer.
respect
No one's
that.
going to donate that much money.
Sounds like a challenge. Husker fans love a challenge.
They do. Yeah, can we somehow make this a poll question about who the best team is?
This
And then
sounds
he's like,
like,
"Ah, I wanna
this sounds like a
participate."
challenge to a Husker fan. Hey, I challenge you to wear as much Texas gear as possible.
Oh.
You won't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me. You won't do that.
Yeah, no, we won't do this.
Sal says, who is the most unlikely duo at 1620? What does that mean? Most unlikely duo?
Or did he mean DUI?
I
don't
would
think
Because
so.
above that he said pound beers.
I don't. Yeah, I still don't know. Why would it'd be a weird
Unlikely
thing.
duo. Like
the-
a couple, the odd couple.
Oh.
Oh.
R.I.P. Did you see that news, John?
That show's canceled?
It's gone.
Finally. So I guess
Nick!
I guess that answers the question at the beginning of the show. Can these two host a radio show together? No,
No.
they can't.
Chris
It
Broussard
lasted a long time, though.
he's leaving the Odd Couple. I don't know
Oh.
why.
He's doing he's doing a different FS1 show, I think.
But are they still going to have Rob Parker?
I think so. Yeah.
Rob Parker.
So yeah, he's no longer doing radio. It lasted 8
yeah, it's a long time.
years.
Yeah.
And they
Wow.
didn't update the intro a single time in that 8 years.
What
You know
used
what?
to
I
be on
appreciate
in
that.
Well, they didn't update the Tonight Show. It was the same theme.
Yeah, but
Hey, it's like our zone logo, Nick. Don't touch it.
Yeah.
but the
Leave
open to
it
the
alone.
Odd Couple seems so specific because I feel like we answered the question after the second or third year of them being a show. Yes, they can have a radio show together. Update it.
What a show.
What a show. Sad.
Mhm.
We haven't updated the SIP
Shucks.
open.
Oh,
I did
Well,
once.
remember
Everybody
we did?
hated it, and then SIP moved, so it didn't matter
Yep,
anymore.
I remember that open. Sal has followed up. He said that in terms of the most unlikely duo, like you would never see these two together. We all have worked with each other, right? We all
Well, I
work.
mean, you'll see us all together at the round
I've been with
table on
Nick. I've
Thursday.
been with Gary. I've been with John. I've been with Happer. I've been with Odson. I've even been with Jimmy and Nick. I've done it with everybody.
There you
Yeah, we're all cool.
Definitely.
go.
John emails in, don't worry about Connor making fun of you for loving football. Connor hates football and canceled it last spring in favor of basketball.
That's true. Basketball rules. I
Oh.
love basketball.
What a bad take that was.
Basketball is a great sport.
I
It is
remember-
a good sport.
I was like, I don't want to listen to this show anymore.
John gets it.
I get it.
It's only a matter of time.
That's
Before?
right. It's like
Basketball.
it's like 80 some days away.
Less than that, right?
Yeah, it's 70 something days away now.
Oh,
I think.
I'm glad to see you're keeping track.
Yeah. I know how the calendar works. I don't like it, John. I don't like it one bit.
2 months from what? Monday. It's the exhibition game with Creighton and Purdue.
Damn, you're right. Damn.
Think about that, Josh.
2 months.
2 months. That's it. This is like the College World Series of basketball.
Yes.
Hmm.
But that matters.
No, I'm saying for the time period that we're in prior to the season,
Mhm.
it's like the College World Series right now.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Bummer. Man, that is very sad.
Get out your preseason basketball magazines.
As now the tables.
Who's
have
the Phil
turned.
Steele of basketball?
Who is the Phil Steele basketball?
Rothstein?
Oh no.
Happy birthday to Fred Hoiberg. What's up with these national media people tweeting out happy birthdays all the time?
They
Nick,
are weirdos.
Nick Murphy does it for
Yeah, I know.
football, and then
Yeah.
Rothstein does it for hoops.
So odd.
Yeah.
Well, college coaches are people too.
the odd couple.
Yeah.
They have birthdays.
Let people
Sometimes
have
they-
birthdays.
Sometimes they field texts from reporters, or sometimes they just get them and they don't read them
Yeah.
like they do to John Rothstein.
Oh yeah.
It's so true.
Uh-huh.
Sad.
So true.
All right. Well, guys, have a great weekend.
Yeah,
I'm
we
gonna
will.
leave.
Hopefully the weather's like this.
No, it's going to be very hot.
Jeff
oh,
says
really?
Oh
Yes.
yeah. Oh, you didn't know about this?
Oh.
the low tomorrow, John?
Yeah, get a gas mode tomorrow, not
Sunday, the low is 75. The high is like 100.
Sunday, we're in big pain.
Same with
What
Monday.
the hell?
But next weekend,
Next weekend looks lovely.
Next weekend is spectacular. Imagine getting to be inside hosting
Now,
Big
think about
Red Overreaction.
2 weekends.
Yeah, we need to start looking at that extended forecast.
2 hot weekends.
Jess
No,
says,
you
crappy boo year. Nick went on a weird rant nobody cares about again. What was that? Which one was that?
The Bible one?
I liked the Bible
The Pope
conversation.
one?
That was fun.
The fish one?
Calvin says, shocking. The Creighton Homers trying to rush past the greatest time of the year. Yeah, you
we
two
are basketball
idiots.
time.
It's football season.
Everybody loves early season college basketball.
Yep.
We're football pilled. It's time to talk football.
You sounded like the Gungan Emperor in Phantom Menace, that noise you just made.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice. I don't think I could repeat it.
Arrgh.
Well, Connor, thank you.
Bye, Happer.
Thank you.
Great to see you. I can't
Goodbye.
wait to ride in your vehicle with a listener, maybe.
And
have
film
great
it.
conversation.
And film it. Nick, we're going to record it.
I just need to keep I'm just going to pound it into your head.
you give
Yes,
me one of
film
those-
it. I want you to take a 16 millimeter
Oh, you want a
camera.
tiny baby mic?
No, I don't want it. No, I want the thing where I can put the phone so I can,
Like a selfie stick?
You want a
No.
dash cam?
No, it would be nice. I wouldn't have to hold the camera like, hey, it's still Happer.
You
So
get a
I think-
GoPro?
I think I have something in my truck you might be able to borrow.
This could be a podcast. We
What's
could
in
just
Nick's
release
truck?
the audio as a podcast.
But I'm the director of video, not director of
Okay.
podcast.
All right. Fine.
Mm.
Okay, bye.
Bye, Happer.
Bye.
Back with the Grum. One Beer Friday, 1620 the zone.
athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
What are we gonna do today?
Talk, laugh,
Be jovial.
hang out,
You sure?
have
Chill.
a beer.
I mean, what if something bad happens?
Then we'll have to
John.
cover that, John.
There won't be much joviality.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
What are you planning, John?
I'm not planning anything.
That sounded a lot like it would be a shame if something happened today.
Well, that's why I hate to promise things and not deliver. That's all I'm saying. The what if.
I promise that I will be in a good mood today. That's what I promise. I'm in a good mood.
Good mood, boy.
I went and got my...
Nick, this sounds like a challenge. Like it's up to us to put him in a bad mood.
Well, don't worry. You probably will by existing.
Bumfardo. By the way, Bumfardo.
Yeah.
I put that video on our YouTube. That is our highest viewed dumb debates.
What?
The legend of Bumfardo.
It's a tremendous story.
People love Bumfardo.
I guess so.
They should.
I guess so.
Oh, see? Mr.
What?
I'm going to be in a good mood.
I
Now
don't-
he's Mr. Oh, a funny, whimsical name like Bumfardo has now put me in a bad mood.
No, I'm in a great mood, folks. I'm in a great mood. No, because I had to go get my registration. And
Car registration?
it didn't take that long. I wasn't in there for very long. 15 minutes, maybe tops.
That's pretty speedy.
I'd say that is fast.
Let me guess. Your murder cult called in a threat of some kind and it cleared the building.
No, you stop it, John. Everyone was moving at a nice pace. No one got yelled at. Everyone was like, I'm happy to fork over cash.
I actually, it's
Or I'm happy to pay with a card.
if you're gonna go, try to do it in the middle of the day on a weekday.
That's what I do. And, next week, because next week is the end of the month.
Mhm.
And so I was like, you know what? I'm going to do it this week and hopefully not have to deal with a rush. And sure enough, no rush.
You can't do them by mail?
I have a different address now.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
which
see-
then, so
I see.
my old address wasn't Omaha. And now my new address, which it's not new. I've been there for a while.
Uh-huh.
But I was like, I should probably do it in Omaha.
Mm.
They were like, here, you have a wheel tax. And I was
Yep.
like, what? That's $50.
It is.
I liked
Oh, those
not-
tax and spend liberals.
Come
Thanks,
yes,
thanks, Mayor Gene.
Mayor Gene, classic lib.
See, and that's what
Come on,
I'm
Mayor Gene. I know you're in St. Louis right now, but come on.
that's what I'm worried about come March, because that's when I have to redo my
Are you going to
registration.
finally say you're from Nebraska?
Oh, I have been,
Oh, okay.
but I'm gonna move at the end of the
Oh.
year, so I'm gonna have to change my address again.
You should change your address
I
to
don't
that
want my
cornfield
old
where
address,
all
though.
of the
like my current address when I
betting
move out. I don't
places.
want to be associated with that anymore.
Wow. The address that was on my I don't know if I should say it on the air. I don't want to get retroactively in trouble.
Yeah,
I don't want previous
Mm.
I've been living here just today actually, so it's a pretty wild time in my life. A lot is going on. I'm moving in football season.
Yeah,
There you go.
Yep.
What's up, John?
there you go.
No. it's
There
not
you
done
go.
yet.
Yeah, gosh darn it.
Yeah.
I always think, okay, it's done, but then it wasn't done.
Just say Matt Rule spoke.
I did. I already
Oh.
put that on.
Don't
there.
forget, Matt Rule spoke.
Oh, did you send me audio I was supposed to upload?
Yes.
Oh, there it is.
Well, it was. I
You can
was,
play it off the computer.
I was
We'll be fine.
waiting for it.
How soon do you want to do this?
Kind of soon.
Nice. That was going to be the 250 segment today. It sounds like
Yeah. Okay.
we have time. Nick, just play it off the computer. We'll be fine.
Yeah,
We'll be
just
fine,
play
we'll
it
be
off
fine.
the computer.
We'll be fine.
Sorry for not seeing that, John.
Well, I was hoping to get it done before I left for work, but nothing's ever on time. This is another reason
What
why
happened?
these
What
things need-
happened?
Nothing. No, it's just
Oh, okay.
the timing was bad.
Oh, okay.
I think they should make these kids practice at like 6 a.m. and then Rule could
Nice.
speak at like 9 a.m.
Well,
and be all done.
Look, it was nice to have the press conference from one perspective, but again, he's going to speak again in 3 days. What is going to change? But
I know.
this, in my opinion, was about the end of fall camp, training camp, excuse me. Monday will be about the beginning of the season. And so this did
True.
allow, because I saw a couple comments from people like before the press conference or like during it of like, why is he getting asked about the quarterback stuff? Like, haven't we all moved on? And it's like, yes, even though we've known now for a couple days, like people are still interested in like when it happened.
We've known.
Yes, but people wanted to know how it happened, John. People
how
like
it happened.
knowing.
Here's how it happened.
You weren't interested at all in how he had told the guys.
Here's how
I was.
Here's how he told everybody.
Okay.
It was when Dylan picked up the phone and said, Coach, I think I'm wanting to come back to Nebraska and decommit from Georgia. That's when it happened.
He muted the phone and danced around the office.
The rest of the
But I wanted to know when he told the players. That's fun.
Really?
Yes, I think so.
I think
You don't like knowing anything behind the scenes, like when a guy learns
You weren't
behind
gonna
the
get
scenes.
anything that juicy behind the
He
scenes.
told the story about how I didn't think that he would tell Harburg first and then Kalen, and then that Dylan Raiola would learn about it walking off the field because of a tweet. Sorry, I found that interesting. You don't have to find it interesting.
I
but
don't.
I did.
I don't.
Too many people learn things from Twitter these days.
That's true.
Scott Service found out over Twitter.
Well, so did I, but it's a sports item.
Right, but if
you're saying he learned about it.
Yeah,
over
he
Twitter.
learned about
I thought you
it
meant
on Twitter.
you learned about it on Twitter.
No, I think that
learning about things on Twitter is a bummer. I would agree. That's a solid take.
That's bad.
Comment while John gets the Grum down uploaded. Carson says, I feel for you, Josh. I have to do my car next week, but maybe I could not do it like all these other cars I see driving around with expired tags.
There are a lot of them out there.
We had a former coworker who may or may not have sat in this studio in Nick's chair for many years. He at one time, or she, went, I think, 8 months.
Good Lord.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it wasn't that many months, but many months.
I actually got pulled over once because I was a couple of weeks late.
Really?
So when I had my Iowa plates and Iowa registration, in Iowa you get a month before you have to. I don't know if it's the same here, but you have a month from when it expires before you have to get.
You
the
have
sticker.
to do it for like me and mine is August. I have to get it done by next Friday because the 31st is a Saturday this month.
Yes.
Yeah. So in Iowa you get like a month of leniency.
So you get it into September.
Yes. So I was at my parking lot in my apartment, and sometimes they'd have a tow truck coming around. It was literally 2 days past the month because I hadn't gone home and got my new stickers yet.
You were in Nebraska?
Yeah, I was
and they towed you?
No, but they put a notice on my window.
A notice.
Like, we're going to tow you tomorrow unless you fix this.
Wow.
So I did go all the way back home.
People, your car can get towed from a parking lot for not having the correct tags?
Apparently. Some of these tow companies.
What?
Yep.
That doesn't seem legal.
It doesn't, does
I mean, it probably is, but that doesn't seem right.
It feels like a real D move.
Yeah, I would be pissed.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, I would be heated if that happened.
I was pretty heated.
Seems rather surprising.
Grum down!
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Grum down?
Oh, there it is.
Brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. The final one beer Friday of the summer.
No, there's football tomorrow. We're into fall, baby.
Tomorrow.
Why don't we play the song?
Tomorrow.
Friday night's a great night for football.
I saw people calling this Christmas 2.0. Really?
Hell yeah, it is.
Tomorrow is not Christmas. You're getting one game of mild interest. If it had been played on a normal Saturday, most people would have forgotten about it.
That's
so
not
I'm
true.
not going to celebrate tomorrow as the opening day.
I don't like football. Sounds like classic John. Not excited for the return of America's pastime, football. I'm pumped for that game. You're not going to watch?
If I remember, it might be on in the
If
background.
I remember. We're talking about it. We've talked about it all week. We did Fire Up
We
for
have
Football.
not talked about it all
You know
week.
that there's a football game. Don't give me this if I remember crap. You know there's a game tomorrow at 11 a.m. on ESPN.
You would be surprised when I get busy doing other things that it's not like knowing, oh, the Cubs are playing tonight at 7 or the Husker game
I'll
is
text you.
2:30.
I'll text you at 10:55.
You go ahead and text me all you want.
Don't forget.
And then
What are
I'll
you
go
gonna
out
do?
of my way not to watch it.
That's okay.
Out
That's
of principle.
That doesn't affect me. I'm going to have a great time. I'm going to have it on my TV.
You have a great time with your mid-game.
Mid? What if it goes down to the wire? What if Florida State loses? That would be hilarious.
No, it wouldn't, because this is what would happen. Then you get all the smarks again would be out there going, oh, I told you they shouldn't have been in the playoffs.
Oh, just ignore those people, John. Don't let them be thieves of joy. I would enjoy it. I would laugh heartily. I'd say, ha, ha, ha.
Wow, what do you have against Seminoles?
Well, the 94 Orange Bowl, remember, they screwed Nebraska.
No, they didn't screw Nebraska. The Big East officials screwed Nebraska.
Well, they should have apologized and said, this is your trophy, Tom. But they didn't.
Yeah, and Penn State should have done the same thing in 82,
and
but they didn't.
And you hold a grudge against them. Why can't I hold a grudge against Florida State for a game that I don't even remember watching live?
Well, did Matt Rule have anything left to say today?
Nice.
25 teams. We're going to talk about the team over there.
Their coach got suspended.
Kent's Movie Club is the world's fastest Indian. Ohio State is saying the quiet part out loud.
Oh.
Husker football, where might you be wavering? And where might you be more confident?
Oh, fun. Awesome.
Those silly Canadians.
What did Canada do this time?
Oh, you're going to love this.
Am I?
Just play it off the computer, Nick.
Oh, hey, there you go. That was
Okay.
the topic.
And predictions is back. It's the final of this round of predictions.
Yeah.
It's a march to a coronation.
You are lucky the predictions did not have those extra few weeks when you were gone at the College World Series and the last two.
Yeah.
I am so much closer to you than I was a couple of months ago.
Yeah, you're still way behind.
I'm only like 8 games behind now.
11 there.
All right. Well, at one time, I think I was like 20 games behind. That's called a comeback.
But I'm still not far from surpassing you again.
You're not.
That's like saying, Nebraska was up 49-0 and the score ended up being 49-21 and
Wrong.
Kansas State saying,
Wrong.
"Well, that was a comeback."
Nah, it's like being down 34-10 and then it ends up being 49-42. That's what's happened.
No, not even close. Not even close.
I'm coming back. You're
Well,
lucky.
it doesn't matter.
Don't worry. Oh, whoop your ass during football season. It's
Yes.
my time.
Yeah.
It's my time. Yeah. It's going to be a great season. It's going to be a great year for all parties involved.
402-951-1620
42 Degrees of Source hotline.
by your mom's house.
Lovely.
There's also the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Be watching for it this weekend because it'll be phase 4.
Oh my gosh. It will be.
Felt like there was such a small amount of time between.
Might want to
3 and 4.
launch that. You know what? While you're
will
sitting there
be.
doing nothing else but watching a mid-football game, you might as well
You want me to do it tomorrow?
Might as well put it up tomorrow.
All right. That gives us more
There'll
time.
be so many people like buckled down
No,
to their couches
John,
watching this football game.
Josh really wants to watch this game. Maybe you should ask Michael to do it instead.
Why?
Wow. Because you always ask Michael to do all these things.
Oh, that's a good point.
Unreal.
They tend to get done better when Michael's
Wow.
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 No, we should put it out tomorrow.
All right. That sounds great. I will post it tomorrow during
it's
the
going to
game.
be ending by kickoff time.
Yes. And really, we want to
Actually, you know what? We should
end
probably
it on Friday.
end it on Friday.
I'll end it on Friday when the happy hour begins. It will end at 4:50 on Friday.
There you go.
Perfect.
So check it out, JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC1620, or you can email the program, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring.
Yes, we do.
And they do a fine job of it as well. And Old Man Doug still accepts cash.
That's good.
And he still will deliver a product in cash.
Oh, that's even better.
Not for free. I mean, you have to have an account and be
Yeah.
get out a loan or whatever. But he'll deal with cash.
I like to imagine a world where somebody went up to Old Man Doug and asked, "Do you accept Bitcoin?" And he just yells at him.
That could probably happen.
No, he wouldn't yell at them. He would just laugh heartily in that Old Man Doug way.
He probably would do that.
So there you go. There's how you get in touch with us here on the program.
Great to be here. It is awesome to be here with my friends.
Yeah.
Our listeners.
Good time. Good time.
Beer not in the fridge in here because the fridge doesn't work anymore. We had a delivery. We had darn near a pallet of beer delivered by our soon-to-be sponsors of One Beer
did
Friday.
they bring it?
Oh, yeah. They brought us many beers, John.
On many sides?
Today?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'm taking that $4 hams back with me to Lincoln.
They brought us many beers, and I think they gave us, if I do quick math, probably 24 beers. But they are in the break room fridge now because this fridge is broken.
Or do we have it labeled, "Hey, don't drink this, other people"?
Let's get some graphics in there.
Yeah.
We have a new graphics department.
Director of audio, could you do that quick?
Yeah. I don't think anyone will take it. I think we're going to be fine. By the way, real quick, John, on the Grum Down was not any reference to what Theo comments about. 104.3 in Denver covered the Skurs versus Buffs podcast war this morning. Will we be discussing the podcast wars?
I mean, we did yesterday.
Which you can find that video on 1620 The Zone's YouTube right now.
But there's an update.
I mean, a couple of morning yucks from Denver talked about it.
Yeah, Mark Schlereth's show.
Morning yucks.
Yeah, and he wasn't even on it.
I know, he's on vacation.
It's like saying I got mentioned on the Oprah show, and it turned out that, someone was filling in for Oprah.
Yeah.
Who was it? Did Oprah have fill-in hosts? Like Johnny Carson used to have fill-in hosts?
I don't think so. I think whenever she wasn't on, they just played reruns. My mom watched a lot of Oprah.
Yeah.
Did she? Oh, okay.
So, we're not covering the yuck?
I mean, is there anything new to cover?
Well, I mean, it's just weird hearing a Denver radio show talk about one of the dearest friends of the Grum.
Oh, I know.
Jed.
I know.
Dude, you know what I noticed? Did you listen to the audio?
I did.
They really are trying to direct Colorado fans to go to him. They're like, his name is Jed Burks, by the way. Jed Burks. He's a Husker fan. Jed Burks. It's like, wow, these people are.
And he's a mailman, which means you pay his salary.
Hell yeah, we do.
Thank you for your mail service, Jed.
That's the best part. The triggered Colorado fans help pay Jed's salary.
Thank you, Colorado fans. Which got us onto the subject
one day, Jed will be able to retire on that USPS pension that you paid for,
Thank
Colorado.
you, Buffs fans. Because yesterday we ended up talking about the original 7 listeners, and Ben from Oshkosh emailed.
Oshkosh.
Catching up on the podcast. I was one of the original seven listeners. Real quick. It's like Spartacus. I am one of the original 7. I am one of the original 7. Would call every day when Kevin and Bob first started. I have vivid memories of their first remotes at the College World Series and of Bob being so bored during an interview with Bill Snyder that he was clearly reading a magazine. One time while calling the show, I was pulled over because I didn't have my seatbelt on in Bellevue. They let me off with a warning. I called right back. A few years into Michael, started listening. My listenings dropped off. Michael thought I was mad at the show, but it was much worse than that. I moved to Iowa. My wife was starting a PhD program. If you thought the signal couldn't make it to Lincoln, Iowa City was even worse. I had a few employers during that time that did not allow streaming. The best part about the show then and now is that it can laugh at itself and not always stick to sports. My sister-in-law was moving back to Omaha from Indianapolis in 2004. I said, you should check out this Kevin Kugler guy. I think he's going places. Thank you, Ben.
And places he went.
What a great email.
Kevin Kugler goes to a lot of places.
He does.
So, I didn't have anything else to add.
What a fine email.
Great email.
Thank you for sharing that with us.
Also,
I'm sorry John was so dismissive.
Oshkosh
I wasn't
is a fun word to
dismissive. I was
say.
just,
Sorry, he was pulling a Bob. He was reading a magazine over here.
You see no magazines over here?
Oh.
Whoa, I didn't know they still sold those magazines, Josh.
I should probably put it away. I'm at the office.
All right.
Right?
When we continue, Nick's just going to play it off the computer.
Let's do it.
Because Matt Rule said some things today, and and one of them had to do with the quarterback decision, and I know Josh is very excited to hear it.
I can't wait to hear it.
Well, you're going to hear about it.
Lovely.
Oh, you're going to hear about it.
Lovely.
1620 The Zone. Happy One Beer Friday.
harder you get coached, the more we have to then coach.
Red Out Week.
Red Out Week. We're going to absolutely murder you. I just think grass is better.
Hey, it's Red Out
Our
Week.
kids, they're on an iPad nowadays. They're on their phone. They're doing something, and there's just not a lot of frustration in their everyday lives.
Because it's Red Out Week.
It's 4th and goal every single day in our building.
On Red Out Week.
A lot of times coaches will say, like, hey, we're going to keep it vanilla. We're not doing that.
Red Out Week.
It's painful right now. It's painful. It's painful.
But not because it's Red Out Week. If we die, we die. On Red Out Week.
John, it is Red Out Week.
Brought to you by Union Bank, where your money has people.
Did you know that we will be at Oscars on Thursday, the 29th? The Grum will be there. The Happer Show will be there. And from noon to 1, the whole station will be there.
That like a round table situation?
I cannot promise
They
that
don't
the
have-
table will be round.
I don't think they have round tables there, do
a
they?
rectangular
Well,
table.
it's more of a
Rectangle.
state of mind than a state of being.
That's true, but we'll be previewing the season, talking about stuff, and trying to see how much Husker football we can talk during that round table. Because sometimes it gets a little loosey-goosey. Loosey-goosey. Loosey-goosey.
Can we start calling it an unround table?
Loosey-goosey.
I mean, we have definitely talked a lot about it. I mean, is there anything we haven't covered yet?
Let's find out. I don't ever get to talk to Nick Handley or Gary Sharp with people listening. It's usually just us saying, hey, and then
going on our merry way.
I did talk to Nick Handley yesterday. We had conversations. We were discussing things like, wow, this ranch is good. We said that.
Of course you.
And you know what I'll be saying at Oscars?
Oh,
wow,
wow,
this ranch is good.
good.
Hell yeah, I will. I love the ranch
And
at
then I'll be
Oscars.
saying you're doing it wrong. It should be blue cheese.
Red Out Week, brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Let's go. We'll see you there Thursday.
Here is Matt Rule from today. Yes, you're going to hear from him today, but then he's going to talk again on Monday.
What? That's so much talking.
It is so much talking, but why is Dylan the starter?
I felt all along like Dylan could be the starter game 1. The problem was I also felt
So
like
did the
so
rest
could
of
Heinrich. I also felt like so could Danny. And Danny had a really, really, really strong week and a really strong scrimmage too. Why did he win the job? Why did Dylan win the job? I think Dylan puts all the pieces in play, and that doesn't mean the other guys don't. But I think Dylan has elite arm strength. He understands all the run game checks. He understands the entire RPO game. He understands the situational football. And I think he's really cleaned up his footwork in the pocket, which was one of the big things. I know sometimes people want us to name a starter because it's the most convenient thing, but at the end of the day, I mean, we want to be a program where you earn things. And so while you might be ahead of people, until you show me you can do this, you're not the starter.
I can envision Matt Rule sitting at a table, during a family gathering, and maybe it's like a breakfast gathering, and
brunch.
Matt Rule's mom made some cinnamon rolls.
Yes,
and Matt says, "Man, these are great cinnamon rolls. These are awesome cinnamon rolls." But Julie, your cinnamon rolls are good too. Oh, and mother-in-law, your cinnamon rolls are good too.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Every time
he doesn't have to do it.
He doesn't have to do it.
He doesn't have to do
but
it.
He does do it.
I mean, this is something he's been doing going back to last year. I don't know if he did it with Carolina
he
or
is
with
many
the Bears.
sides pilled.
Oh, he really is. You should love this guy. He's middle of the road, doesn't want to offend anybody.
He really is.
Yeah, it's like, dude, it's okay to say he's the better quarterback. That's why he's the starter.
But he doesn't want to hurt feelings.
Because he's the better quarterback. He's the better quarterback. That was so funny.
So do you feel better now?
Sure.
Now that you know the official story?
Yeah. I just like the background of like how he told the guys. That's what I was talking about. I like the background of how he told the guys. Sorry. Sue me. Tow my car. Don't do that.
You know what? Maybe he put it all in some fortune cookies.
Yeah.
They had Chinese one night. They had some of that Hy-Vee Chinese, and they just
Picked
opened up
Dylan
the fortune
Raiola?
cookie.
Then one
And
side of the
everyone's like,
fortune cookie.
"Oh man, these are lame fortunes," and then the quarterbacks open theirs and go, "Oh man, Dylan's starting."
It's like one side of the fortune cookie was like, "Hey, you're not the starter." Then the other side was a QR code to Napster.
Napster.
All right. Up next, well, the quarterback position has been decided. The kicking job has not.
I'm concerned about the kicking. Make no mistake. I think I've been very transparent with that, because we have an injury to our starter and some unproven guys. But I'd be way more concerned if we weren't making kicks in practice, if that makes sense. So we are making kicks, just who's the guy that's going to go out and kick. And, we believe in letting our players prove us right. So if Johnny goes out there, if Nico goes out there, we're going to go out, we're going to put the ball down and expect him to knock it through. And if Tristan's ready to go, I think last week Ed or I said he was about 90%. That's true. But 90%, there's a big difference between 90 and 100% in football. You got to be 100%, at that position to really open up and let it rip in Memorial Stadium with those winds that can sometimes show up. So if Tristan's ready and he's the best as of next week, then great. And if not, John's done a great job. So has Nico. So,
John, you've done a great. Are you the kicker?
Are you about to do a list item too?
No, I'm not about to.
I was actually typing mine up.
I'm not doing a list item. I assume your list item is that
Tristan Alvano won't start versus UTEP. Put it on the list. Get the eggs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Get the eggs.
Yeah.
I'm starting to think you're probably right.
Yeah, I definitely think so. The vibes are bad.
Yes, they are.
The vibes are bad. Especially Nick, can you just play like the first 5 seconds of that question or that answer rather from Matt Rule again?
May or may not have already closed it.
Bummer. That's fine. It's okay.
I'm concerned about the kicking. Make no mistake. I think I've been very transparent with that, because we have an injury.
All right. See, and it's funny because that comes after a text that we got from Doc, who I don't think is a fan of Matt Rule, who says, how can you believe anything he says? He's always neutral on everything. That wasn't neutral.
No, it wasn't
that
neutral
was
at all.
not neutral.
Our
Not
kicking
neutral.
sucks. That's what he said.
Basically.
Sadly,
Yeah.
kind of did without saying it.
Yep. Put it on the list.
The final steps of this fall camp have been about challenging some of the youth.
This was a challenging week. Week 3 is the highest volume week. This was week 4. And so sometimes people can start to let up, but I didn't sense any let up this week. We'll see how the mock game goes tomorrow. And what we, like on Monday, I didn't have the veterans practice. I had them coach. I had the young guys practice. And really, we're just trying to collect a couple young guys to prove that they're ready to go if we need them. And so if an Amari Sanders comes through, then the team's that much better. Right? We know Ja'Cory was already kind of in that mix. Obviously, Dylan's in that mix. But just trying to challenge some of those younger guys, like I said, the Amari Sanders, the Caleb Bennings, those guys, especially on defense, where we have a veteran defense to come through. And I think we're seeing that progress happen. So
Caleb Benning.
That's right.
He's fast.
Caleb got mentioned there.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't necessarily mean he's going to play, but remember, you do have the 4-game
red shirt
rule.
Mm-hmm.
Though, and here's what is, unless Saturday just gets way out of hand.
You talking about next week?
Yeah, way out of hand. I'm guessing that you're not going to go super duper deep because, it's the first game of the season. You want to get some guys some reps, especially guys that you think
it's an interesting
are
question.
going to.
Yeah, what do they want to do?
Are going to have to fill some needed roles for you depth-wise later in the season.
Like, what's a best case scenario for how many players can play? What does the best case scenario look like for the team? I would love to know what Rule, he's not going to tell us.
No.
Yeah, we'd love to get up by 30, and then we could put in this guy. But I would love to know what they're hoping for inside of those walls. Where it'd be like, yeah, it'd be nice to get Dylan out after 2.5 quarters.
Mm-hmm.
Play Harburg for a quarter, and then maybe Kalen for a half of a quarter or something like that.
Right.
I really would love to know what they want to do.
Next up from Matt Rule. We had this conversation yesterday regarding Harburg and whether or not there would be other roles for him that were not quarterback related.
Mm-hmm.
And here's what Matt Rule had to say.
I just have so much respect for him as a competitor. That he can go out and do anything. I mean, look at Coach Frost, right? Coach Frost was a great, one of the great quarterbacks in college football history, and then goes on and plays safety in the National Football League. And that Heinrich reminds me so much of that. Like, Heinrich to me could be a great safety. He could probably be a great linebacker. He'd be a great tailback, wide out, tight end. And so we have the opportunity to use him, when needed. At the same time, I also don't want to lose my number 2 quarterback because, he ran a dive. So there's a fine line there. But we're not going to play this year out of fear. We're not going to play like, what if this goes wrong? I know sometimes That's the way people think. That's the way sometimes I think. But we've made a decision this year that we're going to attack. We're going to go all in on this team and attack with everything we have. And Heinrich's a big part of that, so we're going to use him.
So he's left the door open. I'm not a fan of the answer.
From what perspective?
The same reasons I said yesterday. And some might say, well, that's playing from fear. But yeah, you're going to need him as a backup quarterback. But more importantly, that if you are as deep as you say you are at some of these other positions that Harburg has been rumored for, you want those guys on the field. Are you telling me that Harburg is better at tight end than the top 3 tight ends?
Well, he was the lone tight end who caught a pass versus Minnesota last year.
But that was last year.
No, but I'm just like you bring up a good point.
You got a fully
You don't think
healthy
there's a world where
Fidone.
he's the second best tight end on the roster?
If he is, I'd be a little concerned about the other dudes because
or does it say something about his athleticism?
And I know that they have put, Carter Nelson over at receiver, but that was more from a standpoint of getting him up to speed faster and getting him the ability to have more reps.
Yeah.
Do you think this could be a compromise situation? Like, hey, Harburg, you might not always
Honestly,
be QB2, but you can
I
still
think
do this.
I heard that answer. He wants him to play a different position. That's how I heard that answer. I think he wants Kalen to be the number 2 quarterback. And because he had the answer in there today about if and I have it written down, I can't remember if it was in the first one that we played, where he said, if all of a sudden we have a couple injuries and he's the starting quarterback, we're going to go with Daniel Kalen. Make no mistake about it, but we're not going to just put him in there to hand the ball off and burn a game. That to me,
well, that's Kalen. They would like to redshirt Kalen.
That tells me that Kalen, they like Kalen as the number 2, but they just, I think he wants Harburg to play a different position. That's how I heard.
You're not deep enough in the quarterback room to be able to do that, to be able to afford to do that. And again, if you're good at all of these other positions that you say you are, you shouldn't have to resort to this.
See, I guess I'm not hearing that as an indictment on the rest of the room. I'm hearing that as a positive on Harburg, that they believe in his athleticism.
But in order for that to happen, that means he would have had to work some extended time at that other position
for sure, which he's not going.
Which I'm guessing they haven't been doing.
No, Max says I don't get the sense that from that answer that Harburg will play more than maybe a snap per game. Is that really a big deal? Maybe I'm reading it wrong though. I definitely don't think he's going to play a snap a game. I think that he will be on the field.
I think there's some opportunities for him as a red zone quarterback or a short yardage, need to run the ball, wildcat type situation. But if things go well, you'd like to get him into some games just to play quarterback.
Again,
because you're ahead.
That's in the best case scenario. He is on the field for multiple drives versus UTEP. That's the best case.
The history says it. Nebraska's going to need its backup quarterback this year. History says it.
Sadly.
Let's see. I believe, are we down to the last one? No, there's a couple.
2 more. Carson says, I think Caleb is Damon's son.
What?
Interesting.
No.
Yippee asks, is Caleb related to Damon?
I think that's coincidence. He was talking about the football integrity on his roster. There's a lot of integrity on this roster.
Integrity.
They have all of the football character and football integrity they need to learn from is right in that room. Like I'll give you an example. It's hard to have a great team when you have entitlement. And when you have a lot of great players who've always gotten things, they sometimes they expect things, right? So you have a kid like Brian Buschini, who's is going to be a 3-year starter here. Would that be correct? 3-year starter. He's, I think, an excellent punter. And you got Nayor in 18. You got Prince Will in 18. You got Buschini in 18. And so say to Nayor, hey, you're the last guy here. What number do you want? And Nayor's like, Coach. He tells Garrett, Coach, I'll wear 99 if you guys need me to. Now, I love these numbers, but I'll wear 99. I come out yesterday. He's in 18. Prince Will's in 18. I look over. Brian's in 13. Brian's like, I'll whatever the team needs. So that might seem like a little thing, but it's not to me. And so I love that character, that integrity.
Team first.
Yeah, this is something I have found myself not really interested in, is the whole numbers thing. I'm happy if people are. And it's cool if he thinks that that's great, because I'm happy he added the caveat. Like, some people think that that's like a little thing. He doesn't. I definitely am like, cool.
It's almost like, announcing a starting quarterback when you've already known.
Would you stop it?
Who it is.
Would you stop?
I remember that day back in 1984 when the 49ers were like, man, who's going to be the starting quarterback? I don't know. I don't.
Sometimes it's nice, John.
And then Bill Walsh came out the day before the first game and said, I think I'm going to play Joe. I was like, oh my God, you're kidding me.
Hey, that's a reminder. We have Mitch Holtis on next hour. Wonder who their starting quarterback is. Have they announced?
I don't think they have.
All right, we'll find out.
But before we get to the voice of the Chiefs, we have to talk to the voice of the Hawkeyes.
Oh, we do.
Gary Dolphin joins us next. We have reached the finish line of 25 teams and 25 Grums.
Also, who the hell will their starting quarterback be?
I think we know that answer.
Do
we'll
we?
Find out next on 1620 The Zone.
countdown is on.
Williams, the tailback, and a little hesitation, gets him an alley, and he is gone. Williams down the sideline, and he can score. Holman just couldn't get there. 82 yards for 6.
Caleb Johnson, the running back. He's got a hole. Caleb Johnson, right side. Into the end zone. Touchdown, Hawkeyes.
Picked up by Nebraska. Intercepted. Herkett will rumble out of bounds to the 37-yard line.
It's time for 25 teams in 25 grums.
I don't usually hear the vocal parts of the song.
Yeah, this is like old school kind of.
This is a little different way to introduce our friend Gary Dolphin, the voice of the Iowa Hawkeyes. We have reached the end. This is the final team in 25 teams in 25 grums. We always save the rivalry for last.
Nice.
Gary, how has your off season been?
Well, it went quick, guys, and you know, the older you get, the faster time moves along. But I mean, did you really have to play Chubby's interception again? I mean, they're going to be thinking I'm rubbing it in, and I would never do that. But
Gary, our producer is of Iowa.
Yeah, you should see the devilish grin on his face right now.
Go Hawks! I get it.
Wow,
I get it now. And then the on top of that, the field goal that just about didn't cross
from a kicker
guardrail.
He hadn't kicked all year, right?
Was his first kick?
No, that's his first kick in his career. And I told Kirk afterwards, I said, I applaud you for benching one of the best kickers in college football, and Drew Stevens, because he was having a tough struggle there for a week or two. But Coach, what if that thing wouldn't have cleared the crossbar? And he just looked at me and smiled and walked away. So Kirk's always a man of few words, but he was of fewer words that day. But that's just kind of the hex that the Hawks have had on the Huskers. But I know Matt Rule and what kind of coach he is, and I like what he's doing over there. He's building it from the ground up, and at least from afar, it looks like he's getting the job done. And this will be a critical year for he and the Huskers.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Well, for Iowa, of course, the big change was the flip at offensive coordinator, bringing in Tim Lester, a different offense. But how much can just simply having a healthy Cade McNamara and Luke Lachey be to turn around Iowa's offensive fortunes?
You just mentioned the two key names. Obviously, Luke Lachey, he'll be the next from tight end U to play on Sunday, starting next year. I mean, you just don't. I mean, he had, I think, 10 or 12 catches for 140 yards in 3 games when he got hurt last year. He was headed toward a great year, and injuries are a part of the game. And then Cade went out, I think, the next week with that meniscus tear in his left knee, and so he just hasn't been able to stay healthy. And therefore, they decided, we need to bring an experienced Sully veteran in, and Brendan Sullivan has been all that since arriving June 1st from Northwestern. So it's really been a healthy competition at quarterback. But I agree with Kirk yesterday that Cade knows the offense a little bit better. I watched practice this morning, and he was moving around well. He still has that heavy left brace on, but it's not like the braces of old. But he was moving around, and a little bit hesitant maybe at the beginning of fall camp with planting that left leg and grinding into the turf and throwing the football. And so therefore some of his throws were, shall we say, wobbly. But man, today he was spot on. He was really, really looking good. Sullivan was as well. But the big thing, guys, and I know I've said it on your show for 2 years, the offensive line is not disarray. That might be a little hard, but the tackles have not been healthy. They missed on a couple recruits. Now they feel they have the pieces in place, and the offensive line is not only healthy 1 through 5, but it's deep. They've got backups at every position, and it looks like the Iowa offensive line of old, and that's what's going to carry them this year through 12 games.
Gary, along those lines, obviously we all know about the coordinator change on that side of the ball. Like what type of improvement overall from the offense are like you hoping for? Everyone wants to have the best offense in the country, the best defense in the country. What's like a realistic metric or something that you're like, if they can do that, then they're perhaps cooking with some gas?
Well, I think with Tim Lester, it's great to have a quarterback who can throw it, but you got to have guys who can catch it. Now they know they have that in Lachey and Edison Estringa. They've got 4 tight ends. The young kid out of St. Louis, Ortberg, has really emerged here in the fall camp. I believe he's a redshirt freshman, but it's on the boundary lines. It's out in the slot. Guys like names you've never heard of, like Jacob Bowie, has really come on. There's a kid, last name of Gill, who's come in from Northwestern, came in here with Brendan Sullivan. And he's an upper class kid. He transferred in with Brendan, and he has looked terrific. 6 feet, about 185 pounds, a tremendous slot receiver. They got to have more speed out there, and I think they've gotten that because, as you know, last year watching Iowa, they ran a lot more jet sweeps, a lot more end arounds, and they will with Lester. So, the practices that I've watched, maybe a half a dozen or so this fall, is okay. Does it look like a little bit, with Lester in mind, of course, is it a little bit Green Bay Packers? Is it a lot of Western Michigan when he was quarterback there? Or how much of it is he was a coordinator at a number of schools? I think it's a little bit of all that. And, good coordinators, if they're worth their salt, they're stealing ideas from everybody. And, Tim was not only a roommate, but a classmate and a teammate of Matt LaFleur when they were both at Western Michigan. So they've been kind of joined at the hip the last few years. I think we'll see a lot of what the Packers do. I mean, let's face it, the NFL wants college football to look like itself anyway. And so Lester kind of brings that NFL mentality to Kinnick Stadium. And he's running around and he's jumping up and down, and he's telling his offense to get after that Iowa defense. Yeah, it's a great defense, but don't take any crap from them. And I've seen more fights in practice this year than I've seen in 27 years. So I guess that's a good thing. But I like what Lester's doing. I'll tell you what the quarterbacks tell me. I like the line. It's great to have a quarterback in the quarterback room. So what's that tell you?
Tells you an awful lot. It really does. Gary Dolphin, the voice of the Hawkeyes, joining us. Iowa in 25 teams and 25 Grums. LaShawn Williams is back. Caleb Johnson is back. How do things look in the Iowa running game, which the last few years, the returns haven't been great in terms of yards per carry?
No, and I keep going back to the offensive line, but I'm not hanging it all on the O-line. But the backs are another year older. They're really 3 deep. Caleb and LaShawn didn't take a lot of snaps early in fall camp, due in large part to, the coaches know what they can do. Caleb's a 3rd-year guy. LaShawn's a senior. LaShawn was beat up a little bit. He had some issues with his shoulder, but he was running around like a wild man today. But what that allowed was a kid, I'll give you a name, Kamari Moulton, who flashed at times last year. Didn't get a lot of reps, but he has been tremendous. He's 5'8", 5'9". He's one of those diminutive backs that, once he gets in behind those 6'5", 300-pounders, he's hard to find. He's about 185, 195 pounds. Reminds me a little bit of Freddie Russell from years ago on those great teams in the early 2000s here at Iowa. And so now they're 3 deep at the tailback position. They've changed. I'm drawing a blank. Hayden. I can't remember Hayden's last name. Not Hayden Fry, but
no.
Hayden played a lot of H-back last year and some tight end, some fullback. They've got him thrown in there at the H-back tight end spot, and he's a great blocker. So he is. When they go multiple with tight ends, you'll see Hayden in there a lot. I'll think of his last name. I'm just getting too old. So they've got the tailbacks are terrific because they're veteran and they're all healthy, kind of like the offensive line, really.
Gary, other side of the ball, lot of production is back from all 3 levels of the defense last year. Is there a player in particular that you think is really going to make the defense go on that side of the ball this year?
Well, first off, it's Hayden Large.
There we go.
How did I forget that last name? Anyway, yeah, and this kid is not a surprise, but it's Sebastian Castro. He's a multiple position player. He's big enough to play linebacker. He can drop down into a strong safety formation. He can come up on the line of scrimmage. You can use him as a rush end. And he's the cashback. And that's why he was an All-American last year. He'll stand right off of Jay Higgins' shoulder pad and clean up most situations. But he's the linchpin in the middle of that defense. If there is an Achilles heel, it's at the tackle position. And that's hard to say at Iowa, given what it's produced over the years. They've got two great guys on the edges in Deontay Craig and Ethan Herkett. Herkett got the big interception at the end of the game last year out in Lincoln. Their quality, they're upper class. They are the leaders along with Higgins. And in the middle, they've got kids like Aaron Graves and Y.A. Black, who's gigantic, and he's a senior, but he hasn't played a whole lot because of injuries, but he's healthy now. He's a biscuit over 300 pounds at 6'6". And then they come with those linebackers. And you guys know as well as I do that Higgins and Nick Jackson led the country in tandem in tackles last year.
Incredible.
Kyler Fisher is the weak side backer, but they've got Castro right behind him. And then to me, the key was when Jamari Harris and Quinn Schulte said, you know what, we've got a 60-year, we're going to come back too. They had 6 guys come back on defense. We figured we're going to go to the NFL or at least get a look. And they all came back. And so that really helps. Xavier Wampa was coming back anyway. But so now what you've got, with the exception of one guy who left, and yeah, he was a pretty good football player. He was a second-round pick of the Eagles. And we all know who we're talking about. And no fair catch. Was it a fair catch?
Mm-hmm.
But they've got enough depth. Phil Parker always recruits really good D-backs who are physical and tough and bide their time. And so that defense will look like a lot of the old Iowa defenses. It's finished top 10 in points allowed for the last, I think, decade annually. And I look for that to be that same kind of defense this year, guys.
Gary, do you think which of Cooper DeJean is going to be harder for this team to replace?
Good question.
The corner, Cooper DeJean, the special teams, Cooper DeJean.
No doubt the special teams, Cooper DeJean. They're still hunting for a punt returner. They've got some options at kick return, but as Ed Podolak would always say, punt return and kick return are like one living on Mars, the other on Pluto. And punt return, that ball's 6 stories in the sky, and it's wobbly and it's coming down, and you don't dare take your eyes off it, and you can hear the thundering hooves of 11 guys bearing down on you who want to rip your head off. That's why Podolak was so great. But it's definitely the punt return. They had Torrey Taylor at one end, burying teams deep in their own end, punting the football, and Cooper DeJean, who was a threat to score every time he touched it. And so, without question, it's punt return. And I could give you 4 or 5 names, but they'll decide that. They'll decide a lot next week against Illinois State when whoever they run out there, whether it's Max White or Caden Weegan, they've got quick guys, but they've not been under fire yet.
Gary Dolphin, the voice of the Hawkeyes, who's, you mentioned Ed Podolak. He's finally hanging up the headphones after all these great years working on the radio broadcast. You're going to have Pat Angler as your new color analyst. So good luck breaking in the newbie and have a great season.
Guys, good being on with you. Anytime. Everybody have a great year. It's going to be a wild new look Big Ten. That's for sure.
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Gary.
Okay, guys. Take care.
Gary Dolphin, the voice of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Fun conversation with Gary.
It's always a fun conversation.
Yep.
The Vachi of the Hawkeys.
Yep.
I saw I didn't see the voice that was misspelled,
so
but
it's
I
funny.
saw the Hawkeys.
I noticed that the voice was misspelled pretty quick, so I went back and I fixed that.
Yeah.
And then I didn't notice the hockey thing until I saw this tweet.
The hockey.
So then I fixed that.
Yeah.
But by then it was a
and
little
of
too
course,
late.
And then what happened? There was like a bright yellow thing that popped up on the screen.
I messed up on Canva. I had to make it a transparent background.
And
I
of
didn't click
course,
that box.
of course, it was Kevin F. Kugler.
Oh,
who
yeah.
discovered it and
Oh,
put it
yeah.
out there for the whole world to see.
Always love when Kevin's listening to the Grum and helping us out with great content.
Gary,
Thank you, Kevin.
I'm sorry. I wasn't disrespecting you. I'm just an idiot.
He's not listening.
I'm just an idiot.
Hopefully that stuck to the tape.
The schedule as
manageable as hell, man.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Of course, we got Ohio State, but that's going to be coming off of a bye.
Yeah.
There will be back-to-back road games again with UCLA and Maryland late in the season, but again, there'll be an idle week in between.
Yeah, so they'll be flying all around the country, but they're going to be home in the middle portion of it. That UCLA game is on a Friday night, by the way. Maryland is a traditional Saturday game.
That's a big Fox game.
Dude, the question with them is how much better can their offense be, and can the defense remain at the same level it's been recently? Like if the defense can, then a tiny bit of offensive improvement, and you're talking about a team that can challenge for double-digit wins again.
I mean, look at the K-Ford numbers historically. They've been a top 7 defense every year since 2019.
Yep.
But the last 3 years, offense, K-Ford ranking 130, 120, and 95.
Yep. That's the thing, man. Like this, we have had our fun with Iowa's offense in recent years, but this is more of a recent phenomenon. Like their offense, it wasn't great, but it was not the depths of hell.
No.
And that's what happened the last few years. Can they rise above being the depths of hell?
I looked this up today, but these are the yards per carry for Iowa's rushing attack the last decade. And look at those anemic numbers. 2020 is an offshoot, 4.6, very respectable.
Sure.
But 3.3 yards a carry last year, 2.9 in 22, 3.4 in 21. Under 4 in 2019, under 4 in 2018, under 4 in 2017. The national median yards per carry. And when I say median, it's basically
mean, median, and mode.
How much,
range.
how many, what was the yards per carry for the middle of the pack Division I college football team?
Okay.
Was 4.2. Iowa's average in the last decade has been 3.9.
Gross.
They have been below average.
Yeah, I'm looking at them just on a yearly basis, taking out the COVID year. Their yards per carry rank over the last 6 seasons, not counting COVID again. 117, 127, 108, 90, 94, 104. Like they have been
brutal.
Not bottom half. They've been bottom.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Bottom.
Congrats.
Schedule manageable, though. Again, only Ohio State in terms of preseason ranked opponents. They get El Assico in Iowa City. They get Nebraska in Iowa City this year. And they do have the trips to the west and then to the east. But as we discussed, they are separated by that idle week. So the worst part, in my opinion, about the UCLA game for them is it follows Wisconsin, which also is in Iowa City, and it's on a Friday. So that will be a short week, and that'll be tough, and they'll be coming off of a game versus an arch rival. I definitely think that they can challenge for double-digit wins if the offense is able to get a little bit better.
Let's take a quick break because we're closing in on Movie Club time with Kent Wolgamott. Still a lot to come here on the Grum, so stay right there. 1620 The Zone.
Now give me my theme music.
For the second straight year, Deion Sanders is making a massive overhaul at Colorado. And we don't give a shit.
We got a few positions already taken care of because I'm bringing my luggage with me. And it's Louis.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct now. Poops on Prime.
Bumfardo. I don't know what this is. Nick knows what this is, but I don't.
Well, Prime is at it again. 2 weeks ago, he just strangely started going off on local media.
Yeah.
Including the poor guy from CBS Colorado who was angry at him for something that CBS National apparently wrote about Prime not being the last ranked coach in the Big 12.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in that same press conference, Sean Keeler, the columnist from the Denver Post, also got chomped at by Prime.
Yeah.
And then Keeler came back with a pretty pointed column regarding that press conference from 2 weeks ago.
He ripped him. He ripped him a new BH.
Well, the Denver Post has just tweeted out, CU Athletics informed the Denver Post that head coach Deion Sanders and anyone else within the Buffs football program will no longer take questions from columnist Sean Keeler due to what CU perceives as a series of sustained personal attacks. You are soft, Prime. You are soft. Everything you were as a player, you are not as a coach. Though this was the same athlete that got triggered by Tim McCarver.
Yeah, that's true.
And threw ice on him. And remember what McCarver said? McCarver said, you're a real man, Deion. You're a real man. Well, guess what? You're a real man, Deion. You won't take questions from it. And listen, if you don't want to take questions, fine. But we all know why you're doing this. This is not going to end well for Colorado.
No, it is not.
It is going to end very, 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 very poorly. Because when you're focusing on nonsense like this instead of your football team, and you are already had your attentions divided because it's always been about the show with Deion.
Mm-hmm.
Always been about the show. And now the show is a clown act.
That is incredible.
This is a clown act.
I wish he would have gone a step further and banned him.
I wish they would have banned the Post.
This is even weaker. Like that you're allowed to come, but I won't answer your questions. I can't wait for the first time that he tries to ask him a question.
Oh, it's probably going to happen.
Oh, man, that is hilarious.
That is incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Just super, super soft.
Awesome.
Anything but soft. Maybe, you know what?
What?
Kent's going to be covering the Colorado locker room because that's part of his job when he goes to the games.
Oh, yeah. He could cozy next to Sean and say, I'll ask you a question.
Maybe Kent should do something to get himself banned from Prime.
It's like when the couple is fighting or whatever, and they have to go through the mediator to tell him.
Yeah.
Could you? Sean could say that out loud.
Okay.
Hey, Kent, can you ask Prime why Shedeur Sanders threw 3 interceptions to Malcolm Hartzog tonight?
All right, don't tell Kent. But let's see if we can goad him to saying something negative about Prime.
Let's do our best. Chance says,
and then it'll stick to the tape.
Did Bo ever do this to the World Herald over Dirk? No, he didn't even do
not even Bo.
Yeah, as big of a baby as Bo was sometimes, he didn't do that. Ha, Jed, it's almost as if he is a crybaby little bitch. Oh, that's funny.
Coming up next, we're going to review the world's fastest Indian. With Kent Wogelman of the Lincoln Journal-Star. Next on 1620 The Zone.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission: to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edifications, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Oh, Elkent's Movie Club. It's Elkent's Movie Club. Elkent's Movie Club. It's Elkent's Movie Club.
With Kent Wolgamon of the Lincoln Journal-Star. Hi, Kent.
Hi, Kent.
Hello. Welcome to your last Friday before you
Oh.
have to get ready for going to a football game the next day.
Oh boy, and what a football game I'll have to get ready to go to.
It's going to be great, Kent. It's football, so we're not allowed to complain. It's football.
Here's Josh coming to the defense of football.
It's football.
It's UTEP, maybe historically the worst program in Division I or whatever.
Kent, they tackle, they throw, they run, they return
know.
kicks and punts, maybe.
I think we have a goal this year, and that is that Nebraska needs to at least threaten Evil Kent's prediction for them.
52-38, something
just
like
the
that.
50, just the 52 part.
Oh, in this game?
Yeah.
That'd be
I
sweet.
think that would that's very reachable.
But if it's 52-38 in this opener,
Oh.
there's going to be some panic in the streets.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh.
Head's gonna roll if they give up 38.
But
to the
that's
Miners.
next. But that's next.
That's
week.
next week. Yeah, we got to get down to business.
The summer is not over yet.
No, it is not.
And the movie this week was picked by Nick. It's on Netflix. It is The World's Fastest Indian.
Mhm.
Nick, what's it about?
Not problematic. It refers to the Indian motorcycles.
I know.
Which is a brand.
Yep.
I
saw
only
it.
preface that because last night I watched it with my girlfriend and her roommate, and I said the title of the movie, and her roommate was like, "What?"
Yeah.
Like, no, hold on. But it's about.
That was my reaction to when Nick named the movie, by the way. I was like, what?
It's about Burt Munro, who, at least in this movie, is the world's most nice and wholesome old man from New Zealand.
He really is.
Who loves
Well,
motorcycles.
I'm glad you approve of an old person. For
I
once,
love him.
Josh.
Who played by Sir Anthony Hopkins. He loves motorcycles. He just wants to go fast. He's got an Indian motorcycle from 1920 that he's been slowly working on and souping up over the last, I don't know, math. This takes
40
place in
years.
40 years.
Yeah.
And his goal is to go to the salt flats and just open her up, see how fast she can go. And the first part of the movie is him raising the money to get to it, and then it's just kind of his adventure. It's as much about going to the salt flats and going fast as it is about the adventure and the people he meets along the way, and just how
all the hijinks he gets into,
wholesome and accepting he is as a man in 1965.
Is that when it's set? 65?
It's the 60s.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's a solid explanation for the movie.
Also, spoiler, nobody died, and I loved that. That
Wow.
made me so happy.
Well, yeah. Here's
This was
another
such a
spoiler.
feel-good
Not
movie.
Not every
Well,
movie
no, but
features
he's
death.
sick though the whole time.
He's sick. They keep foreshadowing it. They keep alluding to
Yeah.
it. There's so many times where
And
it feels
then-
like that because I didn't know the story of Burt Munro.
Yeah,
I had
and then
no
the title
idea.
screen comes up and it's like, and he went back a million more times. I was like, Nick, I thought he was definitely going to die.
I was so
I
glad
thought he might
that he
die
didn't.
in an accident.
Like we were making jokes throughout the movie that it's like, oh, he's gonna die before he even gets there because of his heart problems, or it's like, oh, this
He's
person's just gonna
popping
die.
pills to live. Pills are good. Pills are good.
I think it says something about where we are because all three of us watching that movie last night were expecting at least one person in this movie to die.
Yeah, he didn't die.
Whether it was that lady that was he cheated on his girlfriend with a lady.
Of course he did.
But like we thought maybe she
he's
died.
So wholesome.
We thought maybe she had died, like he got up and like she wasn't
Okay,
she
I
wasn't
thought the
moving,
same thing.
But then we were like, no, but it
But
looked like she
is
was breathing.
I
It's
thought
like,
the same
maybe
thing.
that was him breathing.
Yep. Why are you shaking your head so much?
It felt almost intentional.
It did. That was definitely intentional.
Of all the things to come to a conclusion about this movie is you guys are like reacting like, oh my God, nobody died.
That wasn't my main takeaway, but Nick saying it does remind me that I thought you didn't think he would die. Did you know the story of this, though?
There was so much
I honestly
foreshadowing.
did not know. I honestly did not know the story.
Yeah, I was stunned that he didn't die.
I was so happy about this. This movie made me feel nice. It was edited kind of weird at times, and it didn't always hold my attention, but I liked it.
Yeah, I think on Letterboxd I wrote heartwarming, if not a little weird. And I think that is kind of a good explanation for
Well,
the
the
movie.
story, Ken, is a little weird in and of itself.
He's a weird guy.
Isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And it's
prostate problems.
It's kind of true. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there were here's the back story on this, which is really, this guy is sort of a New Zealand hero, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the director's a guy named Roger Donaldson, who has made some really good movies, or one really good movie that I like, 13 Days, but he also made No Way Out. He's a Kiwi. He's from New Zealand. And he kind of always wanted to make this movie. And so by the, what is this, like a 2005?
2005 is when it came out.
By that time, he had enough heft that he could get the movie made. And so it was all shot in New Zealand, or at least the first, whatever it is, third of it, or before he leaves. That's all in New Zealand. Everything that happened in New Zealand is filmed in New Zealand. And then, of course, everything else is in LA and also at the Bonneville Salt Flats. They changed some elements in the story to make for a better story. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think the girlfriend's part even existed in real life. Right.
Okay. The one from New Zealand or the other one?
Both.
Okay.
Right. I think that was just added. But the general outline even to the point where he talks about his brother getting hit by a tree, killed by a falling tree when he's talking to the little boy in the first part of the movie. That happened. That really happened. And then pretty much, if not exactly what happened on the way, it's close enough. Like he had to get the money and get through customs and all of that. There are a couple alterations at Bonneville. They wouldn't call this movie. This is a worst title of a movie ever.
It's horrible.
Mm-hmm.
But they wouldn't call the movie The World's Fastest Indian if he wasn't going to end up being the world's fastest Indian. So yes. I don't think I'm giving anything away. Yeah. They said record was 280, or he went over 200 miles an hour. The record is not over 200 miles an hour. It's like 185, and it still stands. And the actual motorcycle is in a hardware store in that town where he's from.
Amazing.
That's awesome.
So this is a very New Zealand movie, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the one thing, and I agree with all the heartwarming and sort of feel good movie, which is exactly what it's supposed to be. The only thing that offset me, and it did it again this time, is I had in one case some very good friends from New Zealand, and there is a definite Kiwi accent.
Mm-hmm.
And you could hear it in some of the other New Zealanders that were actually cast. Anthony Hopkins still sounds like he's from England.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that, Ken, because
I love the Kiwi accent.
It's always interesting to me, accents, and occasionally you'll get the British comedian who then does the mocking American accent, and it's funny to realize how we all talk differently based on where we're from. Absolutely. But it's particularly interesting to me that here you have a British actor who is playing a Kiwi, and while he definitely tries to hit those notes, and it's definitely not the classic Anthony Hopkins, I was curious what you thought of Anthony Hopkins, trying to sound like he is from New Zealand.
But I do think this is one of his, of the 8 million movies and TV shows that Anthony Hopkins has done, he's got a new series on, what is it? Is it on Peacock? And he's almost 90, right?
That's wild.
So he's been making movies for 60 years, 70 years. and so he's got a bazillion of them. I think it's one of his better performances, right? Because he kind of anchors the whole thing as this sort of lovable, eccentric old dude, right?
He really nails old, like wholesome old guy. Even his outfits, because even had shirts that say Indian, like the brand. And it's like, of course, a guy this obsessed with it would have merch.
Yeah, there's like a little lost in translation about it, right? Where he's an older and he's talking to younger people, so there's already going to be the bit of a disconnect. But he's also from an entirely different country, and so sometimes he's saying things, or someone is saying something to him, and he is just very much confused. And they are very much confused. Like, what the hell are you talking about?
That some of that is also pretty funny. You
Yeah,
know?
I think so too. Yeah, I haven't seen, Kent, a ton of Anthony Hopkins. I'll be honest. I've seen, 2 or 3 of the Hannibal movies, including we did
Silence of
the Lambs, and I've seen him in maybe a few others. So when I think of him, I only think of Silence of the Lambs. And so to see him in this movie, it's like, it's a really good reminder of how great of an actor he is, because I thought that he played that character, a very heartwarming, nice person very, very well.
Well, I saw a story on Hopkins said this was one of the easiest roles he ever had because he thought that the Monroe character had an outlook on life very similar to his own. So he was almost playing himself as a Kiwi.
That's interesting. Yeah, if you want to look at some Anthony Hopkins pictures, it'll show you a range.
Yeah,
the Remains of the Day. He just won which is like from the late 80s, and he just won the Oscar maybe 5 years ago for the father playing a guy that has got Alzheimer's.
Okay,
and he played Nixon.
He did.
Yeah, and he was very good at that. I mean, I could go through 10 of them, but though if you watch those 3 movies and this one, it's like it's almost hard to believe it's the same guy, which tells you what a good actor he is. And it's also shows you, okay, like there are actors of his generation, let's say, like Pacino and De Niro in particular, and Jack Nicholson especially. They played themselves. Right? Every time it's Jack Nicholson, it's just there's some shading on it. This one, he's completely 100% different. You go from Hannibal Lecter to a butler in The Remains of the Day to the guy Nixon to the guy with Alzheimer's to this guy. And every one of them are totally believable, and he nails everyone. Also, he's a great Shakespearean actor. If you can take a Shakespearean movie, he's Titus. He plays in that one. Okay, he was done with my Anthony Hopkins rant here.
No, but I would throw one other movie out there, and that's The Elephant Man.
Oh, sure.
I thought he was really good in The Elephant Man.
Completely about that.
Yeah, that's one of his early ones.
Ken, have you ever talked to him?
No, I have not. I wish I had.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Another thing I really liked about this movie, so it was made in 2005, set in like 1965 or something like that. And that female presenting person at the hotel, when he first meets them, when that person comes out to him and says who they are, he's not freaked out or anything. He's like, oh, well, you're still beautiful. And especially from 1965, a person having that outlook, but in a movie made from 2005, because there were shows where the butt of the joke was somebody just dressing as the opposite gender. So the fact that this movie had handled a situation like that in 2005 feels extremely progressive.
Yeah.
And I really liked it a lot, because even when they made a joke about it, it wasn't like a mean-spirited joke. It
seemed like a joke between friends.
Exactly. And it was just extremely well handled. And I flagged that because I don't think I'd seen that before, especially in a movie from this era.
Well, I think that was done intentionally to show just how this character's outlook on life is so unique, right?
Definitely.
I think I that would be my guess, because I'm guessing, Kent, we mentioned there's a lot of things in the movie that aren't, factually correct. I'm guessing that was another thing that was, just kind of a a sidebar, wasn't it?
I think that might have actually happened.
Okay.
But what I really think is why part of the reason why it was so accepted is you have to remember we're looking at this from our American cultural and American movies. New Zealand has always been much more, quote, progressive, for lack of a better way to put it. And there's even some Aboriginal, the people there who I can't remember, Maoris, I believe, there is a cross-dressing thing within that culture in New Zealand. So I think some of that is the cultural part that sneaks through in this movie as well.
Okay.
Kep, the movie itself, like who is the audience for this movie, do you think?
The first audience was the people of New Zealand.
Because
this is a very small country. I mean, it's not,
because I'd literally never heard of this movie. And so when I fired it up, and knowing a little bit, just, given what Nick had said about it last week, I'm like, okay, is this it's kind of a family uplifting movie in the end, but I was just watching it like, it's certainly not awards bait, right? Given that it's such a smaller movie.
No, and it was made because he wanted to make the movie about this New Zealand hero or legend or whatever you want to call him. And that was the primary audience, was New Zealand, and it connected here and also around the world, really. But if you look, one of the ways you can tell that is if you looked at the production credit at the very first whatever films, you didn't see Warner Brothers or whatever.
No.
It was some small releasing company, right?
Yep.
So it was made to be shown in New Zealand, Australia, whatever, primarily, and then it moved across the world.
Interesting.
Another quick sidebar in this movie, and it kind of took me out of it just a little bit because of how my brain works, but his name was Bert, and he was talking about his brother Ernie.
Oh,
I didn't notice that.
Every time I heard that, I just paused.
Guess I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about that. I like, as someone who enjoys, motorsports, I enjoyed the scenes at Bonneville.
I didn't know a whole lot about that area.
Bonneville's cool.
Bonneville, I mean, it's because of the salt in that part of the world.
Absolutely.
It's just as flat as a table. And this is where all the land speed records are contested because it is the perfect natural surface.
Is it because of its flatness or because of something about the
hardness of the salt, but it's very flat
and it's dry.
Very dry.
Rain, so they can be out there and run and not have to worry about any of that.
Yeah, engines don't run well in humidity. So there's a little bit of that.
Can you just go there, or do you have to is it like a protected kind of area?
No, you can go there when there's usually not cars out there. They only do these trials every so often.
Do they do it a lot? Okay, so on a regular basis, is it just people visiting it and looking at it?
My girlfriend, some of her friends got married out in the Salt Flats. Yeah,
it looked cool.
And if you're remotely interested in this, here's a free plug for the Lincoln's what would I say, least known great place to go. It's the Museum of American Speed, and it's out in west part of Lincoln, and they have it's probably now at this point the country's largest collection of, mostly it's race cars, hot rods, and they have other stuff,
engines, pedal cars,
cars, all kinds of stuff. But they have a whole section of I don't remember seeing any motorcycles in the Bonneville section but they have a lot of like 3 or 4 of the quote cars, which are these long.
They look like rockets.
Yeah, aerodynamically designed cars, and it's fun place to go. And those cars, you look at that and go, I wouldn't get in that thing and go 300 miles an hour.
Dude, that's what I'm thinking. Is like, especially when he brings it over and they're going through the inspection and they're just like, this is wrong. And what is going on with the tires here? And this and this and this. And
is that a cork in the gas tank?
Yeah, exactly. Like, what are we doing? No, thank you.
No, Kent's right. I've been to the American Speed Museum, which is it's awesome. It is amazing. And they actually moved it. I was there when Speedy Bill Smith, who was the founder of Speedway Motors, which is one of the biggest hot rod and performance and racing parts distributors in the world.
It is the biggest.
And I went to his original location, which was out on West Van Dorn, and then they made a bigger one at Speedway Motors,
and
out in West Lincoln.
And they're just about to add a whole expansion to it.
Yeah. I mean, this is like a mecca for hot rodders, auto racers. Many people want to go there because he's got an enormous collection. I mean, it is insane from every genre of motorsport you can think of.
And they keep adding to it. They have what is arguably now the first hot rod out there, and they left it in original condition. So it's,
that's cool.
But they also just within the last 6 months acquired. I don't believe they bought. I don't know how what the arrangement is, but the Unser family collection is now going to be out there.
Oh, really? So you're going to have a lot of the Pikes Peak cars,
Pikes Peak and IndyCar.
IndyCars, yeah. So yeah, I need to go back out there. It's been a while since I've been there because it's always changing. Like a good museum, they're always getting new stuff, but it's really impressive. But
a couple comments real fast.
Yeah, Bonneville, by the way. It's far. Basically it's the northwest corner of Utah, so it's on the other side of the Great Salt Lake.
Tony says I walked on the flats, and then Todd says I had friends that were just there last weekend and ran a minivan up to over 100 miles per hour.
Oh, surely a minivan can go faster.
Yeah, it's a minivan.
A 4-cylinder minivan? Probably not.
Yeah, that's awesome.
The minivan we have here, if you get out of a light wrong, give it a little goose, a
little giddy up.
Yeah,
nice. That's cool. What a cool little area.
Yeah, it's very, very unique. But
I liked this movie. It was a
I did.
movie.
I enjoyed the movie. It was a good Sunday afternoon watch. While the NASCAR race was being rained on.
There you go.
My main criticism was just some of the editing because it felt very quick cut. Like, do this. Oh, you can do this tomorrow. Cool. And then suddenly it's tomorrow. It was just very abrupt kind of cuts.
By the way, some of the parts that were in his shed are the actual parts from Monroe.
I love that.
Like the pistons that he was
when he was and he put it in the water.
Yeah,
it cracks metal like crazy.
Yeah, and then the kid makes the pot of coffee from the water. The World's Fastest Indian. It is on Netflix.
All right. I think, Kent, that the movie that I'm about to pick, I think that Nick has said he has not seen it before, and I have, but it's been a long, long time. I know that John has watched it, and I know that you have, and I think it's because we just did Empire, so I'm in the mood for a little bit older, and as we come to the end of summer, I figured we could go with the first summer blockbuster, Jaws.
Oh, I've never seen Jaws.
I didn't think you had. It's available on HBO Max. Kent, do you want to say the word?
Actually, no, because that hasn't really been. I mean, Jaws, was the first summer blockbuster, but really, where people kind of actually hit that is Star Wars to me.
Yeah,
Jaws kind of set, but it's surprising that you haven't at least seen it on it because it played on TV, as John will attest, like every week for like 10 years.
See, and I feel like I never saw it on TV. I've always kind of wanted to see it.
That's shocking. That's the more surprising.
I was actually saving this one for next summer because it's the 50th anniversary.
Oh,
next
my
summer.
bad.
But
wow,
apologies.
You blew it.
Yeah, oopsies.
That's fine.
I've only seen it through one time, so I'm very excited to watch it again.
Well, you know who else loves that movie?
Michael Severe. Maybe we could do a reverse like last week. He could join us in the stream this time like I did. Jaws, it's on HBO or DVD or VHS. You probably own it. A lot of our listeners probably own it.
Actually, I don't own it.
Yeah?
I don't own it.
I don't either.
Yeah, fire it up if you have the DVD or Blu-ray. HBO.
All right, so Jaws it is next week in the movie club.
And then we go into the jaws of the football season. We're going to need a bigger boat, John, because they're going to a bowl game.
Who's going to a bowl game?
Nebraska, the football team that we cover on a daily basis.
Get the eggs?
They're going to a bowl game.
That sounds a lot like a list
Prediction?
item.
You think that's a list item?
Yeah, you just said it.
Well, they haven't been to one in a long time.
It's been a long time, indeed.
Well, Kent, thanks for joining us. Enjoy this last off weekend. And then
Yes.
it's on to the grind.
And it's on, and 4 in a row. That's a real plus on top
Including
of that.
a Friday night, Kent.
Yeah, that'll be good. I will tell you, I will make no effort whatsoever to try to get to where I'm supposed to park or anything. I will get dropped off at
Good call.
12th and Q Street or something and walk and get picked up after the game.
That is the advantage of living in Lincoln is you can do that. That's what I do.
Oh, really?
One of the boys or the wife just drives me to downtown, and then I get off and walk to the stadium.
That's awesome. I didn't know that. And then they have to come and pick you up?
Yeah, but I mean, it's not that big of an inconvenience.
Okay.
And by the time I'm done anyway, there's no traffic. People are long gone.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I
guess
I don't stay as late as Kent does, but usually I go to the press conference and then I leave.
Yeah.
And by then,
But
and
that's,
I usually just start walking south, and then we meet south of downtown, and
Good to
piece
go.
of cake.
Nice.
All right, Kent. We'll talk to you next week.
Bye, Kent.
I can't.
Kent Wogemont of the Lincoln Journal-Star.
I'm sorry, I ruined the 50th anniversary.
Oh, that's
We'll do the 49th anniversary.
Well,
of
that's all right.
Jaws.
Nebraska did the 39th anniversary of the 1983 team.
Oh, this is
And
just
that
an
game
homage
went-
to Nebraska.
and that went really well because that was Scott Frost's last game.
How'd they do in 75?
How did Nebraska do?
Yeah,
in
I know they lost to
75?
Oklahoma. They always lost to Oklahoma.
I
in
believe
those
they
years.
went 9-3-1.
No, this was a 10-2 year. Wow, they were undefeated.
Oh, that's right. They were undefeated going to Oklahoma.
They lost 35-10. Oh, and this is the year they lost in the Fiesta Bowl to Arizona State
in a game they really didn't want to play in.
because they thought they were going to play for a natty in the
Yeah.
Orange Bowl.
Yeah.
They lost 17-14. They
Arizona
didn't want to
State.
be there. Classic. They beat Colorado 10th in the country the week they played them. Missouri 12th. Nice. Look at that. They had 4 shutouts. The Black Shirts did that year.
It was a good team.
Yeah.
Black team quarterbacked by Vince Ferragamo.
The next year was the 9-3-1 year,
That's right. Because they were preseason number 1,
and they tied against LSU.
and they tied at LSU.
Yuck.
Only time they've played at Tiger Stadium.
Was that one of the Sooner Magic years where they did something goofy?
76, yes.
Was that the one where they threw like the bounce backwards
That's
pass?
when they did the hook and
Ladder.
lateral.
Oh, man. That's a very,
lateral.
very famous play.
Yes.
Very famous play.
Hook and ladder.
Nice.
Lateral.
Thank you, Nick.
Ladder.
Thank you for your service.
I suppose, Barry Switzer with his lazy diction probably said, "You're going to do the hook and ladder."
Whoa, 'cause he's old?
You said diction.
Because he's old, John? Is that
Well,
why?
in 76, he wasn't old. In 76, he was like in his late
He was a
30s,
spry
early 40s.
boy.
Yeah.
Nice.
He was young.
Gotta love being a spry boy.
He was a young bootleggers.
Wow, John. He's an elder. Respect that man.
Yeah, what the hell? You get mad at us for not respecting the olds.
Yeah, exactly. Now
You're here
doing this-
stomping them on the ground.
Oh,
Yeah, but Nebraska fans will forgive
that's
me.
assault, brother.
They'll forgive me. They didn't like Barry either.
No, but now they do because the rivalry was always built on RESPECT.
Very good.
Find out what it means to me.
Mm-hmm.
We're closing in on a One Beer Friday.
Yes, we are.
And we've got a new sponsor.
Oh, I wonder who that sponsor could be.
I do too.
I'd already been wearing this shirt, by the way. I already was wearing it
It's like you knew.
when I got that great email. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Also, John, way to blow Fun Shirt Friday yesterday.
Yeah.
I just
It's not
decided yesterday.
Creighton Polo Friday.
Creighton is a Fun Shirt Friday because, we just got a great new transfer coming in. Going to have another great season. Basketball season's less than 80 days away. I would say that's a reason for a fun shirt.
Why are you counting down? Interesting how I sound like you. Stan sends in a picture, pretty white and flat out in Bonneville.
Stan.
It is.
That looks awesome. Is that where they filmed episode 8 of Star Wars with the red salt? Remember that? Remember when they're fighting?
I remember that because they had to put it down because they didn't
remember-
want people to think that they were copying Hoth. And so then everyone's like, is that snow? And they're like, it's salt. And then we all knew.
I mean, you can look. They might have, but wasn't everything? No, I guess it wasn't LCG, was it?
No.
They might have.
Max says, thank you for your lateral services, John. Have no idea where the word ladder has come from.
Well,
that play.
I know
It's
exactly
lateral.
where it came from. It came from coaches with lazy diction.
It's just sometimes it's fun to shorten words. It's fun to shorten words. It's
It
fun.
really hasn't shortened it.
Bolivia.
It's about the
Boobs.
same many of letters.
Salt Planet
It's
was
just-
Bolivia.
Cool.
It's just, people are like, oh, who can ladder?
Husker Country says amen to lateral, and Chance writes, boo basketball, boo. Put that on my Twitter header. Boo basketball, boo.
Do it yourself.
Yeah, I guess I could.
All right, we will have more of the Grum, including Ohio State saying the quiet part out loud.
What?
1620 the zone. Probably a good time to remind you that we'll be at 173rd and West Center on Thursday for Red Out Week and the round table with everybody from the zone having lunch together and talking ball.
It's going to be awesome.
Oscars.
It's going to be awesome. We'll all be together. I'll be eating wings. I'm going to have wings. Wow. The next couple weeks, call me the wing boy because I'll be eating them.
You
Next
didn't even
Thursday,
plan these wings.
Eating them. The Thursday after, eating them. It's going to be great.
You love wings.
I do love wings. You know what else I love?
No.
1620 The Zone. And did you know you can subscribe to 1620 The Email right now because we got a ton of stuff going on at the station this football season. We had a meeting yesterday, a big, beautiful meeting. People had tears in their eyes at the beauty of it. Nick was eating some za. And in that meeting, we talked about the thing that the Zone is doing for football season. It's going to be great.
It is.
And if you subscribe to 1620 The Email, there is something in there that could help you win. Right? That's a good way to describe it.
It's kind of a clunky way to describe it.
Wow.
Let's just say you're going to have some advantages that the non-subscribers won't.
Some exclusive advantages.
So you would like to, if you want to gain these advantages, go to 1620thezone.com and register your email today.
There you go.
So you can join us on our email club, 1620 The Email. Did you see this? Did you hear about this?
Tell me more. Tell me more.
The SEC has added a 20-second sport that they will sponsor.
No, I did not see this.
They're sponsoring rowing.
Oh.
What?
Rowing.
I bet PJ
Creighton has
Fleck
a rowing
loves
team.
this.
What? Oh, that's right. I've talked to their coach.
Yes. I've talked to a couple of their rowers.
Where does Creighton row? When do they? But surely you need a body of water.
Well, then you go to
they go to I believe Zorinsky.
Okay.
I believe is where they row.
I like Zorinsky.
I run there sometimes.
The reason I mention this.
Yeah, why do you mention this? Is it to do the pun?
No, I let the pun just sit out there and do its own thing in its beautiful, magical place called Twitter X. No, the reason I bring this up is because there was a story this week in the Dispatch, the Columbus Dispatch.
The Dispatch of Columbus.
Which
Knights of Columbus, that hurt.
Ohio.
That's Anchorman, Nick.
And Ohio State is talking about, how the fallout from all of the off-season stuff with the unsettlement is going to impact college athletics. And Ross Bjork, who is the athletic director at Ohio State, was quoted in this article saying that Ohio State will likely lose about 150 student athletes. And this is because of the roster size limitation.
Sure.
Right? He also said it establishes the ability for conferences and the NCAA to regulate NIL from an open market to third-party structures. He said that Ohio State's goal is to keep all of its 36 Division I teams. They sponsor 36 sports.
It's a lot of sports.
Nebraska's at 21, 22.
Yeah, it's fewer than
like
2
that.
dozen, yeah.
And Creighton's at the minimum for Division I, which is keep remembering.
It's barely over a dozen, right?
12, 13, 14 or something.
13 for some reason is in the back of my brain.
But also quoted in this story was the Admiral Carter. You remember him from such hits as he used to be the president of the University of Nebraska.
I thought you were going to say David Robinson.
And Carter told the Dispatch in an interview last week that athletics has been self-sustaining for more than a decade, and the university does not want to use taxpayer dollars or tuition dollars to support all of its teams. Quote, we still have scholarships. We still have programs. Some of those sports may start to look and act a little bit more like a club sport, but yet compete at the Division I level and still travel and still compete.
Real quick, what does that mean? Because club sports are, I don't really even know all the ins and outs of club sports, so I don't even want to try to speak on in terms of like funding and how that works from the university.
Well, club sports tend.
I know it's bare bones.
Well, they tend to get supported by donations and student fees.
Correct.
Right.
So that's what,
and they're not typically sanctioned by the NCAA.
And so in theory, that's what that would look like for. I don't even want to name a sport because I don't want to imply that would be a club sport, but like a sport that right
Nebraska hockey.
Sure. Okay, there you go. So that a sport could turn into the Nebraska hockey of Ohio State in that it is self-funded like that.
Well, that led Matt Brown, author Matt Brown, friend of the Grum, because he saw this article as well, and he tweeted, Ohio State's new leadership has been telegraphing this sentiment. They're going to slash funding in many of their Olympic sports. I expect many Big Ten teams to do the same, and perhaps even the conference. Few outright sport drops, big scholarship cuts. So
they'll keep the sports. They'll just change the way in which they operate and how the athletes make it onto the field.
Correct. And this was something, I mean, this was a natural byproduct of all of this.
Yeah, for sure.
Because
even though they can pay for all these millions of coaches, but
well, they can, but now that, I mean, remember, all of this is being driven by the money sports, all of it. And I really think it's going to have a lot of folks reconsidering, you know, because Ohio State doesn't have to have 36 sports. Stanford doesn't have to have all the sports they have. A lot of it times they do it because they always have done it. And there's an ego play it. But for some schools who are seeing what the future of college athletics is become, how it's becoming basically professional light, that's going to mean it's going to cost more.
Well,
and it's going to require you to spend even more attention to it, because not only are you fighting for wins, but in some cases, not necessarily Ohio State's, but in some cases, you're fighting for existence, because the possibility exists that this sport that we call FBS college football is going to get a lot smaller in terms of sheer members, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Super League.
Yeah.
And if you want to be in the Super League, it's going to require more of your focus, more of your energy, more of your time, more of your dollars. And you're going to start to prioritize less things. You know, we hear it all the time from Matt Rule or from Troy Dannon. Does it help us win? Every decision there, does it help us win?
The question will now be, does it help us make money?
Dannon.
Well, yeah, you could say, does having a, not to pick on rowing, but does having a rowing team help us make money?
Dude, I mean, the one to pick on is track and field. You want to, every time that one of these stories comes out, you look at who brings in the most and then who brings in the least. Who is the biggest loss leader? Track and field, sadly, is always near the top. Always near near the bottom, I guess, in this scenario. You know, we've dived into this a couple of times before, and it always brings up this question for me, and that is, what is the purpose of these sports? And I'm not asking that flippantly. I'm asking it honestly. What is the purpose of a sport that doesn't bring in revenue to the university? You know, there's a part of me that believes, well, it's how they've always done it, and so they're going to keep doing it, because why would you want to cut it? You know, in previous years, I mean, we saw what happened when UNO lost football and wrestling. The visceral reaction around here, you know, at least they were able to say, yeah, because we're going to Division I. This is going to be different. They're going to say, yeah, it's because we got a fun football, or we got a fun basketball, but it's not going to hurt any less for people who are losing their programs.
So it's worth keeping an eye on, but I think it's going to be part of the trend.
Mm-hmm.
Well, coming up, Mitch Holt is unable to join us live this week, but he did file a recorded report, so we're going to hear from Mitch.
Okay.
But then we're also, apparently, Larry Scott 2.0 is at it again.
Oh.
From the Big 12.
Oh.
Commissioner Yormark.
He's been doing a good job, though, John. You got to give him his flowers.
It's got to be Yormark.
I think so. I think he's doing a really good job.
Ooh, what kind of flowers do you think he would
tulips.
Like?
Is he not? Guy? Has he not kept his league alive and added to it, even though they lost Oklahoma and Texas?
Well, they kind of added to it by default.
Hey,
but yes.
There was a league that is now gone and is not his. I'd say that I would give him a very, very high grade to this point in time. Just because he says goober things doesn't mean that he's not wrong.
He's still a goober.
Well,
we'll find out what goober things he's saying next on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. Baseball. There are a ton of games happening tonight that you can play along with right now on the Circuit Sports Iowa app. They have all the tight money line splits available to you that will give you an advantage over some of the other sports books out there, because they go over every game to find the best lines that they can. For example, my Rockies face my girlfriend's Yankees tonight. The Rockies plus 275 to win this game. The White Sox also take on the Tigers tonight. If you think the current worst team in the Major League history can take a W tonight, that's only plus 137. This is only a very, very small selection of everything available to you right now on the Circa Sports Iowa app. Not only do they have the live in-game lines that update every break, they also have lines up for pro and college football, Formula One and NASCAR, even the WNBA. Go ahead, what are you waiting for? You're ready to bet like a pro anywhere in the state of Iowa. You're ready to stop messing around with the other guys. You're ready to download Circa Sports Iowa today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Well, the flirtation of UConn and the Big 12 is back, folks.
Oh.
According to stories reported on by The Athletic and Yahoo Sports, Larry Scott 2.0, a.k.a. Brett Yormark, still has that desire to get UConn into the Big 12.
He's like Biff Tannen, and they're like Lorraine Bennis. No, wait.
Lorraine Bennis.
That's from Seinfeld. What is her last name on that?
What was
Lorraine?
What was their last name?
Lorraine Baines.
Baines.
Started with a B.
Baines McFly.
Oh, hello, Batman.
Nice.
But last week at Dallas, this is according to Matt Norlander.
Whoa, what happened in Dallas?
During a Big 12 AD meeting, UConn brass was there presenting basically a PowerPoint saying how much work they have put into football, and they would have it Big 12 ready by 2031.
What does that mean? They'll be the last place team, but lose only by 20 points per game.
Well,
in
if Prime is
2031?
still coaching at Colorado, at least they wouldn't be last.
Nice, got him.
The presentation also included a sell by UConn that would lift the Big 12 from the best to the undisputed best in men's basketball. So UConn is making the overtures here. Brett Yormark has been very receptive because he wants a Northeast presence. But the Big 12, having just expanded, have kind of been like, really? I don't think this is the right time. I don't think it's the right place. And having just gotten to 16 schools, it seems like a lot of the ADs and presidents in the league want to stay there for a while, especially now that you got the fallout from the House case and all the changes. It's like, okay, should we really be doing this right now, considering that we have no idea where all of this is going to go? And does UConn give us a better selling point? Because remember, UConn's right. Their basketball product is very good, and it's definitely a name.
Oh, yeah, they just won another championship.
But all of this is done for football, and UConn football is a nothing burger.
Yeah, the story from The Athletic. According to multiple Big 12 administrators, discussions resumed earlier this year, but Yormark did not have a consensus internally to extend an invite. It's unclear whether support among Big 12 presidents has increased in light of this latest round of discussions, according to league sources briefed on the process. UConn declined to comment. The Big 10 or Big 12 rather did not immediately respond to request for a comment. And then you wonder about here, let me read from this. In order to feel comfortable adding another school, the current members will want assurance that UConn's addition would not dilute their shares of league revenue. That's the other thing, obviously, involved in all this. You're going to add them. Is it A, worth it? And B, is it going to affect your revenue in the short term? Do you feel bad now for rooting for them when they're going to leave you high and dry? You said, oh, UConn, I love you. Thank you for saving our league. And now they're going to ditch you.
I didn't say anything about that.
This is some real
Welcome
radio
to the
head
Big
stuff.
East.
They did not.
Welcome to the Big 12, UConn.
Goodbye to the Big East,
They didn't
UConn.
save the Big East.
Yeah, I know. They're leaving you high and dry.
They
They're
didn't
like,
save it.
Radiohead.
we're going to get cigarettes. And then they're never going to come back.
We're going to go get a carton of milk.
I have
Gotta
never
go
been
down and get
under
some
any
milk.
delusion that UConn is, going to be long for this world.
Mm.
If they at their choice. Of course, anyone who has a chance to enter one of the Power 4 conferences and make that sweet, sweet football money is going to jump and take the opportunity.
Max says that would suck for the Big East. It would. And I'll say
It
this.
would.
It sucked for UConn. Congrats on the money. You would get the money. That's great. Football money is awesome. It would make their basketball program worse again, just like going to the AAC did. They won a natty in the early days of the AAC, right? But eventually, the program, and for a variety of reasons, but I think that pointing to the conference is very fair in saying that it affected their basketball product. Now, I mean, they're going to be in a better league this time around.
Part of that, too, was that they weren't a very good coach. They didn't have very good coaching at that point.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a program heading in the right direction. I think UConn basketball would be fine.
I don't know. That's a lot of crazy trips. A lot of crazy trips.
Oh, of course it is.
I mean, we've said it a million times. Why is UConn really good again? They have an awesome coach. Fit is also a big reason.
Oh, absolutely.
Even fit.
If
Absolutely.
everyone's going to
Fit
be
is
worried about
huge.
Oregon, I think it's very fair to wonder if UConn going to the Big 12 would be smart for the basketball program. It'd be great for the bottom line. Great for the bottom line. But I don't know how it would do.
I don't see how the Big 12 could make UConn a full-fledged member.
Not for years.
They don't add anything in football. They add nothing.
They had zero. Yeah.
They add nothing in football.
And hell, John, even if Florida State right now, like people are like, I don't know if we want to add them. Florida State, Oregon, they're not getting a full share. Washington, they're not getting a full share. And Washington's playing for the national title.
Mm-hmm.
Those are football brands. UConn sucks. UConn is horrible at football. Again. Yeah. But again, I get it. Chasing the dollar. It makes sense from that perspective.
They will be chasing the dollar.
And it does make me wonder, all right, you go after them, are we going to start talking again about Gonzaga and what is Gonzaga's future? Now, I know they don't even offer football, but Gonzaga's name has come up in both Big 12 and Big East, right? Or is it just one or the other? Okay, it is both. Max says, forget adding nothing for football. I think they subtract. Brings the football reputation down.
Oh, it absolutely would. And remember, this is all about positioning yourself so that you don't get left in the dust by the Big Ten and the SEC.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a better move for the Big 12 than it's a better move for UConn. I get it. The money, though. The money is not. But when do they get the money? That would be my question. How soon before you get a share? What is SMU getting right now? It's nothing, right?
Yeah, SMU's getting nothing, but that's because they had all their big money donors basically pony up and say, we'll fund you.
Yeah, you know who doesn't have a lot of big money donors? The tiny school in the Northeast. They don't have Dallas money like SMU does.
No, that's true. They don't.
Be a lot more. And again, they don't have football to that capacity.
All right, coming up, it's One Beer Friday, and we are going to examine the question of what's something that you have been finding yourself having a stronger belief in regarding this football season, this football team, this Husker football team, and what might you be wavering on? What's a stronger belief? Stronger belief and wavering. Which one? And I think I got a couple that'll create some conversation.
Oh, I like to converse. I have one that I am surprised in feeling positive about because I would not have felt that way not that long ago.
But first, Lindley Clothing's got the new fall merchandise arriving daily there at 132nd and Dodge and Linden Market. So an already awesome selection. In fact, it's Omaha's largest selection of menswear is getting bigger and better. And with John Marlene and the rest of the gang there at Lindley Clothing, they're going to be able to help you find the exact right look for you. And with 2 tailors on staff, they're going to be able to get you into that new suit or that new sport coat, those new slacks, and it's going to fit just right because everything is done there in-house. And they've got all the great brands, Bugatti and Holbrook, Tommy Bahama, Johnny O, and so much more. Check out Lindley Clothing or Well Suited right next door. That's why they can brag about Omaha's best selection at Omaha's best prices. It's Lindley Clothing and Well Suited. They're located just off Dodge on 132nd Street inside of Linden Market. Plenty of parking right out in front of the store. You don't have to walk far to find a great new look for fall when you go to Lindley Clothing, 132nd and Dodge.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
You probably have beer, Center. Each week, Ralph Club, biggest contributor. Beer for that. I like beer. I don't know if you like beer, Senator, or not. What do you like to drink? Next week.
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do, and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
Oh, you got the clap over there.
Nick.
You were clapping.
I was. I'm excited.
Well,
let's do it!
You know,
nice.
Football.
It started in June after the College World Series.
Football season? Yes, it did.
And it's now dead as of this weekend.
Yes, it is.
Some people celebrate things like our days getting much shorter and
no, okay,
the darkness.
You stop it. That's a band.
That is. They believe in a thing called love.
Beat you to it, Nick.
Some people, you know, they look
Just listen to the
forward.
rhythm of my heart.
They look forward to times of the year that do nothing but cause them great pain and suffering.
Wow.
We call these people
Cowboys.
sick.
Yeah, I know.
And so with that, we say goodbye, summer.
Yeah, get the hell out.
With One Beer Friday. I mean, I'm sorry, Cross Strain.
What?
Our new One Beer Friday sponsor.
Let's go.
I mean, technically, you don't start until next week.
Yeah, but we're doing it. We're doing it right now, baby. Hell yeah, Nick. Bathe in it. Bathe in the leaves as they fall down on your head. As the sky, well, it's a little sunny today, but maybe a crisp
Everyone
sun.
just raise your glass.
Pour one out for summer.
Your bottle, your can. Maybe
Bye,
you're
summer.
enjoying a Cross Strain just like me. And
Bye, summer. Remember summer?
while we mourn the loss of fun times, vacations,
Well, we still have
being
fun.
near our families,
All of
our
those
friends.
things. More than ever, we're near our friends and family, John.
I guess we can just warm our sad heart by knowing that college basketball season is just around the corner.
It! No! Thank you to Cross Strain. What a great new partner for One Beer Friday.
This is their premium piles.
Don't call it that, John.
Premium pills.
Don't you call it that.
My kind of beer because it's a Czech-style Pilsner.
Oh.
All that Bohemian malt and hops. That's my people. That's my people.
Is
The
it really?
Bohunks, baby.
Are you a fan of Oakland, Nebraska?
Oakland, Nebraska?
Aren't they fans of Czech Days or something up there?
Oakland, Nebraska?
Yeah.
You mean Wilbur, Nebraska?
I thought Oakland, Nebraska too, though.
Clarkson, Nebraska?
What about-
I'm sure there's.
There's
I'm
a
sure-
college there.
I'm sure that there's some.
Oh wait, Oakland is known for their Swedish festival.
Wow.
Dinga-dinga-durga.
We all us Europeans look the same to you, don't they? You.
Nick and I are enjoying the Berenstain beer, a Vienna
Or is
lager.
it Bernstein?
Great question, Nick. Very on brand for me to try. What something different. I love doing so.
This
you're
is
big
great.
It is great.
I love a lager.
Yeah, it's awesome. I was wearing my fun shirt because it's a Fun Shirt Friday. This is my favorite of all my fun shirts, and it's from Crosstrain. And then I got the email, sign up for 1620, the email. I received the email today that Crosstrain was our new One Beer Friday sponsor, and I said, this is glorious. I already have the shirt on.
So, Crosstrain, thanks for jumping on board.
We'd love to have you.
And this is exactly what I needed today to try to take some of the sadness away.
And look, it's a pint. They come in pints?
They come in pints?
John, that's from Fellowship of the Ring.
Oh, great reference, Nick.
Wow, you're just trying to make me all kinds of depressed, aren't you?
Adam says summer doesn't end until September 22nd. John can get effed.
Listen,
fall is a state of mind.
Listen, you meteorological nerds. Yes, you're technically correct, but real summer starts on Memorial Day, and
it ends Labor Day or when week 0 arrives.
Well, we're not allowing
week 0 could be week 1.
We're not allowing week 0 to ruin the fun because it's not really real.
John, ruin, wrong word. I think I think
ruin.
Maybe you're struggling with your English.
Ruin.
Add to the fun. Add to the fun. You get to turn on your television tomorrow and football will be on. Games that matter. Games that mean something. Not your pretend little preseason stuff. Not that. Real live football. Real life football.
Well, I guess while we're on the subjects that are rather painful.
Wow, it's painful.
Want to thank ESPN for dredging this bad boy up. So I went to the website today because I was just, perusing the interwebs, and there's a story about ranking the preseason tiers. And the question was 2024 preseason tiers. Where does Nebraska fit? And I'm like, wow, Nebraska's getting front page coverage on the ESPN.com, and it has nothing to do with cheating or someone got arrested or anything bad. No one got fired. And then what does ESPN do? Well, they accompany said story with a picture of Dylan Raiola sitting next to Trev Alberts.
Get him away from him. Don't ever let him sit next to him.
Exactly. Get Dylan away from Trev.
Also, that's at a college basketball game, which we don't want to think about right now on August 23rd.
Well, especially a basketball game, am I right?
Yeah, they might be Creighton again, John. Max says, college football is so awesome. Why so down? What a great question. It's almost like when people say John doesn't like college football, that they're correct when they have this opinion.
Oh, so John's down.
Oh, he's down all right.
But seriously, why did they pick this picture?
Who knows? Don't have photo editors anymore? I don't know. There's a million different photos. They could have used the photo from the tweet when he was announced to be the new starting quarterback.
Oh, yeah, they could have done that whole thing. Oh, my God, he looks just like Patrick Mahomes.
Yogurt. Yeah.
They could have used that one.
They could have used that one.
But no, they did not.
They decided to use the Trev one. They've been Trev-pilled. Yeah, indeed.
Well, the ESPN folks are of the SEC.
Oh,
and
they
Trev
are.
is also of the SEC.
I've seen this and heard about this.
It's all a ploy.
Seen this and heard about this.
So, as we have reached the final Friday without football,
Husker football,
that we've asked every damn question under the sun, it seems like.
Yes.
Do we know Matt Rule's favorite color?
It's probably out
no,
there
but you can go to the press conference next week and ask them that if you want to.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure he'll say red, but then he'll also say, but I like white too. And I like black, and I like blue, and I like green.
That's funny. Well played.
But is there something, as we have now almost exhausted the entire offseason?
It's game week next week. We're going to be game pilled.
Is there something you have found yourself wavering on since the start of the offseason? And is there something that you have a stronger belief in regarding this team? This is your question. Where would you like to start?
I'll start. And the reason that I got this idea was because I have found myself...
This is really good Czech beer. Thank you very much, Crosstrain.
Yes, thank you, Crosstrain.
I'm starting to feel less sad that my summer is dead.
Good. I got the idea to do this because of the defensive back room. Because I have found myself a bit more bullish is way too strong, but definitely not as down as I was on them recently. This offseason for them, I think it starts with the spring game, the Bly Hill injury. And you wonder, all right, what's that going to look like? Tommy Hill, as good as he played and showing up in a mock draft for the first round, all of that, we still haven't seen him on that side of the ball at a high level for that long, right? Like, you're still kind of going off of hopes, I think, more than, concrete
We're
things.
hoping.
Yeah. So I found myself wavering on that room for a while. And then they add the actor. They had Sierra Wright, and it's like, wow, that is pretty fascinating. They're moving players around. They're moving players to that position group, especially corner, less so the defensive back room, but corner. And you just wonder, like, even in a league without a lot of great quarterbacks, is this going to be something that could cost Nebraska games? I mean, at the very least, I would say in game 2 of the season, for all of the idiocy that surrounds Colorado, they have the best quarterback that Nebraska will see in the regular season. Full stop. And that's easy for me to think. And they're going to have a good set of receivers. How do they respond to that? Well, as the offseason unfolded, as you hear things about various players, Bly Hill is back on the practice field. I find myself feeling a lot better about the corners especially, but the defensive back room as a whole versus where I was at a month ago, let alone 2, 3, 4, 5. So that was they were the idea behind this entire discussion. And I would say that has changed, again, how I view the defense, because I trust the defensive line. I think the linebackers are going to be solid. If you can have that back group, the back 4, 5, 6, depending on what kind of formation they're going to be in, hell yeah. That's how the defense is able to maintain a high level and, get some takeaways and get a little bit better. So that's where I'm at with this, with feeling good versus where I was at a month ago or so.
This was one that I thought about for a little bit. And I know we had the conversation earlier this week with Jack about where do you feel confident in, and I wasn't going to put a lot into, the wide receiver room because we haven't seen him do anything yet. I mean, certainly I have expectations that are pretty high for the wide receivers because it looks like a pretty good room and certainly going to have a great quarterback throwing them the football. So I think they're going to have a really good season, but I can't say I put my trust into it yet because I haven't seen it happen. Haven't seen it happen. But there is one room that has returning experience coming back. And based on what I am hearing in the various media conferences and how they talk about this group, I have a stronger belief that the running game without the quarterback is going to be good, if not at least good enough.
Really?
At least good enough. I'm not expecting this to be the second coming of, the great running back rooms of days gone by. I'm not saying that Emmett Johnson and Ramir Johnson and Gabe Irvin are going to be the next, Mike Rozier, Jeff Smith, Paul Miles.
Look at this play, Jeff Smith.
But I think it can do what it needs to do. And what it needs to do is it still needs to run when Nebraska needs to run it, needs to keep defenses honest. I know Matt Rule wants to see splash plays. Yes. Not sure if you're going to get those.
I would agree.
But I also don't think you necessarily need to have those, because if you have somebody who can light you up from the sky, like we think Nebraska can have, having that running game is just going to make teams play you more honestly. And this is going to be a pretty radical departure. Now, we've seen Nebraska teams in the past, recent past, play without the threat of a quarterback run game and have to rely solely on the running backs, more of what we call a pro-style mentality. And this group's going to be part of it. I do think that Heinrich Haarberg will have a role as a running quarterback in this offense in certain circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that with what they have done this offseason, with the competition that's in that room, with what they hope will be an even more improved offensive line. And again, that threat of number 15 back there, rearing back and throwing, the play action game may be back, folks. And it may lead to some really good results in the running game. So I actually feel more confident, or in the spirit of the question, I have a stronger belief
in them
than
now.
I did a month or 2 months or 3 months ago that the running game will be better.
Is there a particular reason why you have changed over the last month?
It's not really over the last. I mean, it's just
gradual
over time. But I like how they've talked about this group. They're very committed to it. I think despite the injury at tackle, I think this offensive line is going to continue to build on some of the successes that they had last year. And it's all going to work together. If this offense is going to work, it's got to work as a complement. How often has it been that Nebraska hasn't complemented itself? Offense not complementing defense, special teams not complementing offense, vice versa. But how the offense itself hasn't complemented itself.
Yeah, 100%. Didn't last year.
Some recent teams might have been able to run the ball pretty well, but couldn't throw it very well. This team, I expect to complement itself in ways we haven't seen for a while, where the passing game is going to open up opportunities for the run game. And the run game is going to keep teams honest so that they can't just load up against the pass. And so I have a stronger belief that the running game, I'm not expecting it to be great, but it doesn't have to be great. It has to be good enough to complement Nebraska's passing attack.
I'm not going to ask you to give raw numbers, but I wonder if you have an ideal of what that looks like. Like, what is good enough? Is it
last year? If they can repeat last year's numbers, that's going to be more than enough.
You're just talking about the raw rushing totals, not.
I'm talking about the rushing yards, the yards per carry, the touchdowns. Now remember, a lot of that.
But you're saying all of that will shift to the running.
A lot of that was Harburg was the leading rusher last year.
Yes,
and Sims was, even in short only 5 games, was the 5th leading rusher last year.
So Nebraska last year,
but if they could average 176 yards rushing, score 16 rushing touchdowns, run for over 2,000 yards.
Yeah, that was top 40 rushing offenses.
Now,
can they do that?
If they can, this is going to be a really good season. I'm saying that they could. I think they can approach these numbers.
So that, in terms of per game, was top 40. Obviously, we know Nebraska didn't play more than 12, so it ended up being 60th, which was pretty much middle of the pack.
Mm-hmm.
I will say this. If they can reach their numbers last year, I think that things are going to be going very, very well with the offense. Very, very well with the offense. So can they do that?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Yeah, I disagree with you, but I don't know if there was anything that could have happened in the offseason with the running back room that could have shifted my opinion elsewhere. So were you negative? Where do you find yourself more pessimistic?
It's on something Nebraska can't control.
And that is?
The ease of the first 7 games of the schedule.
Oh, so we've looked at the easy schedule so much that you're now getting, little skittish?
Yeah. That's one of the
Skid boy.
That's one of the things, the advantages of doing the 25 teams, is you really get a chance to drill down on some of these teams.
Agreed.
That's not to say that Nebraska's still not going to beat UTEP. I still think they're going to beat Colorado. I still think they're going to beat Northern Iowa. But I especially look at Rutgers and Indiana. Those could be some real interesting games. Indiana's on the road. It's a program that's changing out a lot of pieces, but it's got a lot of winning pedigree in it. And your first real road trip of the year.
The coach does. You're talking about.
Coach does, yeah. The first road trip, that can be a stickler. Rutgers, I know you've been poo-pooing it, but trying to fade the public. But
yes,
I think we have a little bit underestimated the strength of the front half of the schedule. Colorado could still beat Nebraska.
100%. To echo what you're saying, I have gotten the BH is tightening over that game.
As much as we want to poop on Prime for all of his ridiculousness off the field,
they could still do it.
There is enough talent there.
Oh yeah, especially quarterback and receiver
that if Nebraska does get into its own head,
first big game for the freshman quarterback
could cause some issues. I still think they're going to win that game,
100%.
but it could cause some issues.
100%.
But yeah, I'm not sold on the fact that they're going 7-0.
Well,
to start the season.
The reason that this is a great one to bring up is, I mean, I think that there are a variety of ones to start with. The first is we're just doing the helmet game again. Oh man, look, it's UTEP, it's Colorado, it's Northern Iowa, it's Illinois, it's Purdue, it's Rutgers, it's Indiana. It's like
People forget Nebraska lost the last time they played Indiana. People forget they almost lost the last time they played Rutgers. They did lose the last time they played Colorado.
Yeah, they did not.
They haven't
play
won
very
an
well.
opener in God knows how long.
They didn't play very well against Illinois. Their offense struggled in
Illinois. I would look at Illinois.
Even though they won those games, Illinois and Purdue. Purdue on the road at 11 a.m. Like, I know we're like, oh, it's not going to be a difficult atmosphere, but in a way that makes it a difficult atmosphere, especially if they're continuing to ride high. John, I'm with you. I think that's a great one to bring up because we just got a question from Scott who said, "What's your emotion with a 5-2 start versus 6-1?" I mean, I have gotten to the point where 5-2, I'm still very much okay with it, mainly because like they'd get to 5 wins in 7 games. Like I know that schedule, because of what you just said, has turned into this whole 7-0 run thing for a while. And people, I think, would be very much okay with 6-1 because at least you're locked into a bowl by the time you go to Ohio State. But 5-2, given where this program has been at, I also think is fine. But it is easy in the ways of just like helmets and who the teams are.
Mm-hmm.
But, why trust the program, right? Like if you're poking holes in things, you would just ask, why do I believe that the program is going to do something that they haven't been able to do? They haven't started 2-0. They've not started 2-0 since 2016, let alone 3-0 or 4-0 or 5-0 or 6-0 or 7-0.
Right.
I think the last time that they were 4-2 was 2019.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so like even getting to 5-2 would be like, wow, look at that. They had their best record through 7 games again since 2016. The other one for me, and this is probably like low-hanging fruit, but the offensive line, man, like I know it's just one injury, and I know it's an injury to a player who, in my opinion, and there's no offense meant by this, but he is very much living off of the reputation of what he did for a game and a half back in 2021, and that's Teddy Prohaska. He played awesome against Northwestern. Before the injury against Michigan, he was playing well. That was 3 years ago.
Yeah.
It's a long time ago. And so while on one hand, I don't want to overreact to like this injury to a guy who since then has never been able to get back to that level of play, on the other hand, it's just a depth conversation more than anything, and that's, I think, where some of the concern lies with the offensive line. I really like some of the players that they have there. You got to see some growth, of course. I'm pumped to definitely at center at the very least. They got somebody right in Ben Scott that I feel like I truly believe in. But I do think that by this point in time, I am wavering a little bit because I think that we are maybe expecting a level of improvement from a position group that has not given that to us on a consistent basis year after year after year.
Mm-hmm.
I think they were better last year than they were in 2022. Can they be better than they were last year in 2024? I mean, that's going to be a question that, to go back to your first one on bullishness, and certainly everything else, Raiola, pocket protection, all of those things, they're going to have it if the program is going to be good this year.
So there you go. There's our items where we are wavering and we have a stronger belief as we head into the season. Of course, next week,
Red Out Week, baby.
The Red Out Week continues. Brought to you by Union Bank. We will have our season predictions. We will do our 10 questions.
Yes, we're putting that together right now.
And
10 questions for you.
Mm-hmm.
We'll preview a football game when football actually begins.
Because a reminder, fall, it says in the copy, it's just around the corner. As John pointed out earlier, it's here, even though it'll be 76 degrees at 5 a.m. on Sunday. Fall just around the corner, 1620. The Zone is giving you the chance to win season passes to Nebraska's favorite fall attraction, Vala's Pumpkin Patch.
I like to get turkey legs.
2 of them, Nick, not turkey legs. I'm talking about passes. You can get 2 2024 season passes to Vala's and enjoy all the fall family fun at Vala's. Enter to win right now at 1620thezone.com.
Like turkey legs.
Like turkey legs. There are 2 turkey legs. I guess there are 4 turkey legs. 2? 2.
Turkeys
That's
have 2 legs,
Yeah,
yes.
2 legs. Just confirming. Just making sure. Couldn't remember. Had to do a little math. Can't remember if they crawl like dogs. Hey, I'm ready for football.
He's also ready to lose again at predictions.
Oh, let's settle down.
Which is next on 1620 The Zone.
But first, Josh and John here for the FanDuel Sportsbook. We are so excited for football, as we just talked about. And we are also excited for the return of the NFL, which is now less than 2 weeks away. And 2 weeks from Sunday, you have all of those Sunday afternoon games. And isn't it frustrating when you want to sit down and watch your favorite team and the Rams are on again? Well, now, if you go to FanDuel.com/1620 and you bet $5, you can get a 3-week free trial to NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. John, that means if one of those annoying teams like the Rams, like Knicks Dolphins are on, no problem. You can watch the Cowboys game in that afternoon window because it's an out-of-market game, and you'll be so, so happy.
Folks, I actually want you to enjoy your 3-week free trial. Why would you want to watch a team that hasn't famously been to an NFC championship in darn near 3 decades? But no matter who you root for, if you want to watch out-of-market games on Sunday, YouTube and YouTube TV presenting NFL Sunday Ticket is the only way to go. And right now, through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers who bet $5 get a 3-week free trial. Don't forget, you can also cancel anytime. Just have a Google account and current form of payment. For more information, visit FanDuel.com/1620 and America's #1 sportsbook, FanDuel. 21 plus and present in Iowa. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds, terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over.
You know, I haven't suggested this before, but we really also need to have one pretzel Friday because, man, this beer would have gone great with a pretzel and
That's a
some
great idea.
Are you
stone
talking
ground mustard.
a big pretzel or just
yeah, big pretzel.
okay.
Big pretzel with
Unless
some
you meant like a
stone
tiny
ground
pretzel.
mustard. Perfect to go with this Czech style Pilsner from Cross Strain. The premium pills. It comes in the dark green can.
I love that we started this as you said that fall is dead when the top of this beer.
Fall is dead?
Or summer is dead.
Blah, 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 blah.
But it says
how many of
fall-
those have you had there,
It
son?
says fall into autumn. Shouldn't try to make jokes. Just get to predictions so I can wipe the floor with you two.
Hey, speaking of jokes,
Let's get to it.
Josh,
Not a joke. I've been doing well.
well, better than Nick.
Spot the lie.
Better than
Congrats, you're doing better than me.
Come on. I was down by so many picks, and I have come back and passed him very, very easily.
Nick. Yes. Think about this. Think about
It's down
this for a
like
minute.
by 30 against you, John, and now it's only 11.
After Stibbs left,
Yeah.
if I would have told you Nick is going to own your ass in picking sporting events,
I'd say you're wrong because I'm owning his.
I have one more than you.
he has.
Are we sure?
Yes.
John has
Yes,
the
we
math.
I got the book. I mean,
Sometimes I'd like to be nice to Nick.
Thank
is
you.
that what it is?
Sometimes.
To Josh's credit, he has come back from a deep deficit to pass Nick.
But I'm only back by 5 points.
6.
6 points. Math.
Yeah, that's a lot of points. I don't even know what we're picking this week.
Well, we're going to go through it right now.
All right, let's do it.
Let's see. SMU at Nevada.
That's football.
What a way for an ACC team. Wow, the ACC lowering themselves by traveling to Nevada.
That's a tough look.
But SMU, otherwise known as Southern Methodist, 24.5-point favorites at Nevada. What do you say, Mr. Football?
That's a lot of points on the road. Give me the Mountain West's Nevada to cover the points. This is great. Football's back.
Nice. I played a lot of Pokemon growing up.
Yeah.
Stay with me. There's Pokemon called Mew and Mewtwo. John said SMU.
Yeah.
And that reminded me of Mew and Mewtwo.
Yeah.
So give me SMU.
I'm going with Nevada. Total in this game, over under 55.5 points. I'm going to take...
That's a fun noise.
Over.
Nick?
I like the over.
Over.
DJ Uyunglele. He is now the quarterback of...
You don't know? Wow. Mr. I Love Football doesn't know where
I hate
DJU
football.
is playing.
DJ's now at... Wait, is he playing this weekend?
Yes, he's in the game that we're about to preview.
Is he Florida State's
He's
quarterback?
Florida State's
Oh,
quarterback.
that's
By the
right.
way, this is a conference game. I know multiple times lately you've said this is not a conference
I
game.
thought this wasn't a... Are you
thinking of
sure?
yes, I looked it up. You're
Are you
thinking
sure?
of a different game. I don't remember what game you're thinking of.
Who cares?
It is definitely an ACC game, though, that you were
So
thinking
DJ
of,
Uyunglele, who started at Clemson, then went to Oregon State, now he's at Florida State.
which
He
we
keeps-
all knew. We all knew.
All of
Yeah.
us.
Yep.
keeps crisscrossing the country.
Yeah.
Over or under 231 passing yards.
Well, now he actually went over the ocean to go under the total. Under.
Over.
Wow.
I'm going to pick the over.
All right.
Will the first points of the Florida State-Georgia Tech game be a touchdown, field goal, or a safety?
Oh, field goal.
Touchdown.
Same.
Oh, they're going to get safety. I'm like, whoa.
No.
Oh.
I would love to be that big of a sicko, but I will not do that.
If it's a safety, you should get 2 points.
Florida State's a 10.5-point favorite versus Georgia Tech. Who do you like?
Florida State, right? It's Florida State.
I agree.
Yeah, I'll do that too. Seems too easy, though.
It's going to be a boring game, and people are going to be tuning out in the third quarter and going, man, I wish there was some baseball.
Wrong. Oh, you didn't have the fun question.
Because it's not going to show up in the stats book.
I'll watch the game.
I don't trust you.
It would have been the question was going to be, will there be an onside kick? That's funny.
But there wasn't going to be. So
You don't know that. If they're down by 3 with a minute to go, they'll kick it onside.
You think they're going to be down by 3?
There could be. You never know.
You always pick these questions that can't be verified in a box score, and I have to trust you.
Yes, they can't. It says in the box score, onside kick. Attempted onside.
ESPN does a pretty good job of their play-by-play.
I'm going to watch the game. Fine. Let's get to baseball. I can't believe we didn't do football last. This is a joke.
That's not the main event.
Joke.
Astros, Orioles, pick the series.
That's a big one.
I'm gonna say Astros 2-1. I think the Astros are gonna win on the road.
I agree.
Give me the Orioles then. 2-1.
They've been doing bad, Josh.
Have they?
Yep.
I guess you would know. You watch baseball.
The Royals finally get to play teams that are good.
Yes, they do.
And it starts first of 20 straight against teams above 500. It starts with Philadelphia this weekend, hosting at the K. Phillies and Royals pick the series.
You know, Bobby Witt Jr. is probably going to be the first player to hit 400 at home since Barry Bonds.
Look at this boy.
Give me the Royals. 2-1.
Same.
Unless you don't count Barry Bonds.
John can't have an excuse
You're
when the Royals
hand me these points
when the Royals turn good.
Unless you don't count
I mean,
Barry
not that
Bonds.
I need them. I've already basically clinched.
And
but
then it's a bunch
Phillies
of
win.
Rockies. But if you don't count the Rockies because Coors is Coors, then it's 1988 and dude with the Twins.
Wow.
Phillies 2-1.
Dude from the Twins.
I don't remember whose name it was.
His name is Kirby Puckett, I imagine.
It might have.
I didn't even hear what you were
He
saying.
was awesome.
The Rockies are playing the Yankees.
Yeah, they are. Let's go.
So this is the cumulative weekend run differential in this series. Yankees by 10.5. That's a lot of runs.
How many is this? 3 or 4 games?
It's a 3-game series.
3-game series. Give me Rocktober.
Really?
Yeah. Give me the Rockies. That's a lot of runs.
I'm going to take the Yankees.
Wow. Hater.
I'm going to take the Rockies.
Damn right I'm a hater.
Jed says, does John think that the only way to find out if there is an onside kick is to look in the box score? Yeah. How old are you?
I am not going to file through a bunch of play-by-play stats for all of this.
I'm going to watch literally the whole game.
I don't trust you.
This is not a bit. Also, John, don't you think if somebody kicked it onside that there'd be a lot of tweets like, onside and Aer Lingus?
You're pretending that I would be paying attention at that time. I might be watching baseball or mowing my lawn.
You are
probably doing some more damn housework.
This is just gross and disgusting. Gross and disgusting. I watch your sport. You need to watch mine. Basketball, college basketball. I watch it when Creighton and Nebraska play.
College basketball, he watches it.
Oh.
Yeah, because I have to for work. So you need to watch it for our work.
I don't know. I watched you when Creighton was in the tournament. Was that for work or was that just for pleasure?
Creighton?
Yeah.
Yeah, for work. The men's
You
team?
seemed into it.
Because Happer was there.
It seemed like it was for pleasure on your
No,
part.
it was not. Settle down, Nick. I was sleepy. I wanted to go to bed.
Oh, interesting.
I was tired.
You're sleepy.
The White Sox.
They have 7 games.
My God.
Starting tonight with a series against the Tigers, and it's a 4-game series, by the way.
Yep.
4-game
and
series.
then they have 3 games against the Rangers, and then next Friday, well, this one won't count because it'll be after predictions.
Yeah, so between now and when we do predictions next, they have 7 games.
How many wins will the White Sox have between now and the end of next Thursday?
You said there's 7 games?
There's 7 games.
2.
Ooh, I was kind of thinking 2.
Same. That's my number. The bold strategy would be to go with 3.
Mm-hmm.
No, the bold and the correct strategy would be to go with 0 or 1.
Are you going to do it?
I'm going to go 1.
Nice. I'll go 2.
I got a fever.
Hell yeah.
And the only prescription is WNBA fever basketball.
Have you seen Caitlin Clark's numbers?
She's great.
Yeah, since the Olympics. She's been awesome.
Remember how
she didn't even play in the Olympics?
People are thinking that helped her. She finally got some time off.
Remember when people are like, oh, she's washed, she's horrible because she's not automatically doing better right away.
And she's been good, and it seems like they're a playoff team maybe.
The Fever are a 5.5-point underdog against the Lynx.
The Fever.
Lynx.
I'll go with the Fever.
Jed has followed up. Every time John asks you a baseball question, just tell him you don't watch it and don't trust him so you aren't answering. Great idea.
Yeah, but you can literally look it up right away. Say,
we're
hey,
not
did
doing
the Phillies win today?
We're not doing insane props.
Yeah.
You'll be able to tell a run differential pretty easily.
Yeah.
You're good at math.
But was there a curveball on the fourth pitch of the second inning?
Josh is always about the goofy questions. Oh, will this game going over?
Will there be an onside kick? This predictions.
Will the
John,
coach lick his lips on the sideline?
Predictions used to be built on fun, and now it's about NASCAR every week. This is what you do to me.
NASCAR is fun.
No, it's not. It's bad. They drive in a circle.
You know what's bad? You at predictions.
Well, but what's he then?
You know what's good though, Nick?
Tell me.
The greatest soccer
Oh,
in the whole
I
wide.
don't know if I have it.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me!
What did I do?
Where in the world did it?
you didn't play the drop for 2 weeks, so I moved it for some reason. I
don't know what
deleted
I
it.
did with it.
Unreal.
Oh, there it is.
There's a drive.
Killing me, Smalls.
It could be. And
La Liga!
La Liga. That's Spanish for the Liga.
La Liga!
And by the way, Jed, I don't want to hear from your bald ass. You have already disrespected Prime this week, and now you've got poor Sean Keeler. He can't ask questions anymore
Because of Jed.
you.
Dude, you think Prime is going to bring up Jed? That would be awesome.
Oh, I want this to
There's
happen
this Nebraska
so bad.
media member who called me a bitch.
Jed wants
The
it to
one
happen.
thing we didn't talk about, because Jed's name showed up on the
radio
the
show?
Mark Schlereth show, not starring Mark Schlereth.
Yeah, he's on vacation.
Did you hear them make fun of, of course his name
Of course,
is
his name
Jed.
is Jed. I texted Jed when I heard that. I laughed so hard. All right, let's
And
get back
again,
to-
I will remind you, Buff fan, you're paying his salary.
Nice.
He is a proud employee of the federal government.
The USPS.
We got Yokozuna versus Mall Orca. You know, there's Orca and then there's Mall Orca. And Mall Orca
You know what?
scares me because he's on land.
Mallorca sounds like Malort. I'll be in Chicago in 2 months for the marathon. Give me Malort.
Are you going to have a shot of Malort?
Probably not. I've had it before.
We've
though.
had it on the
Monster?
show.
Yeah, we had it on the show.
I've had it too. I hate it.
It's not that bad.
It's pretty bad.
It's bad, but it's not like the
It's not
worst.
as bad as I thought it would be.
Agreed.
It's probably one of the top 5 worst things I've had in my mouth.
I'm going to go with the Yokozuna.
Let's go with 1 through 4.
Give me Metallica.
Mall Orca it is.
Mulva. That's a Seinfeld joke. You just laughed at Seinfeld.
No, because the way you said Mulva, it
Give
sounded
him
like Dannon.
5 Seinfeld points.
Again, I laugh at Seinfeld jokes when you guys say it, but never when they're said on the show itself, which says a lot.
There are
No, you.
2 things I hate in life: people who are intolerant of other people's cultures and the Dutch.
Nice.
reference.
I love
It's
Austin
the
Powers.
Dutch Grand Prix, and today, because we already know who's going to win,
Not necessarily. Max has not been doing great. Look at the odds, John.
Oh,
Look
wow.
at the odds.
we're picking who finishes 12th.
Lando Norris and Max Verstappen are tied. Even odds, John.
Who's finishing 12th?
Fernando Alonso.
Let's go with Kevin Magnuson. I dropped my Magnuson.
For my massive.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. You picked up what I was dropping there.
Nice.
I like is it Yuki Tsunoda?
Yes.
Yuki Tsunoda. And of course, the main event.
This is so disgusting. Why do we allow John to be in charge of this segment?
Because I'm the champion.
I should be in charge of this.
I'm the champion.
I should be in charge of this segment. This segment would be so much more fun. We'd have weird, goofy props. Not
Weird, goofy props like,
will there be an onside kick? A very normal question. Include any baseball.
will Matt Rule wear mismatching socks on the sideline?
Nick, of the baseball questions today, I sent in 3 of them. 3 of the 4.
Did you put in the Yankees Rockies one?
That was him.
Well, thank you for thinking of me and my girlfriend, John.
You're welcome.
Oh my gosh. Nick loves saying girlfriend.
Yeah, it's cool. You should have one sometime.
How old are you, Nick? 12?
You should have
And
one
a half.
sometime.
He loves saying girlfriend.
Girlfriend.
He said it in his read earlier for Circa. My girlfriend's team. The Yankees.
It's her team.
Yes, I know.
It's the Coke Zero 400.
All right. What are we doing? Picking
pick
18th
three.
place?
No, we're picking 3.
Oh, that would be fun though. We should pick 18th place.
Billy Byron.
You want to pick 18th place?
Kinda.
Sure, let's do that. That'd be more fun than top 3.
Fine.
All right.
Pick 18th place. Of course, you have a 1 in like 36 chance, so the odds of someone
be a
getting
little
this
harder.
right.
I got one for you.
18th place. I'm going to go with let's go with Austin Cindric.
Tell me about him.
His name is Austin Cindric.
Hard to argue with that. We used to work with a guy named Shane Van Gisbergen. Is that his name?
Shane Van Gisbergen, yes.
Nailed it.
Hey, Josh, it's me, your cousin, Marvin. You know that sound you were looking for?
Yeah.
It sounds a little like this. Josh Berry.
You ruined the line.
I did. I forgot.
Well,
it halfway
listen
through.
to this.
Well, listen to this. Thank you.
It's okay.
Josh Berry.
We can't all get lines right. See, and that's why it's more fun to name dudes. It's easier
Back to the Future
easier
in
to
a
name
while.
dudes than it is to just.
It is.
Yeah.
But then sometimes you misquote it, and then like everybody knows you're misquoting, but you still roll with it.
Yep, exactly.
There you go. There's predictions for this week.
Nice.
Don't worry, listeners. Next week, we get back on track. Football is here. John's graphics are going to be here. Nick will be triggered by John's graphics. It's going to be glorious.
What graphics? What are you talking about?
You always do our predictions graphic for who's going to win the game.
Oh, yeah, of
The
course.
score graphic. And
It's
Nick's.
a fine graphic.
Why are you getting pre-triggered at me?
Because you're being an idiot.
Josh is stirring the pot. I haven't even been an idiot yet.
Am I wrong, though,
about
Nick?
this?
Am I wrong, though, Nick?
I don't know yet. Maybe you are.
Okay.
Jed said, my favorite line was, good thing it's only 3 letters so he can spell it.
That was so funny.
I'll bet he could spell Jed if you spotted him the J and the D.
So funny. Ched made it onto radio in Denver. Wow.
Before we did.
Yeah, what the hell? Hey, Denver, you suck.
What a crazy couple days Jed has
Remember when
had.
you guys traded a billion things for Russell Wilson?
Remember when you hired Coach Prime and thought he'd be good?
That was stupid, too.
Remember when you kept Bud Black
Yeah.
as a manager?
Yeah, remember that, John? Let's do this one for Bud.
When we come back,
This Bud's for you.
there's a reason why Canada is America's hat.
Oh, okay.
Find out next on 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, Nick, roll with it, baby.
We are rolling with it. Memorial Stadium giveth, Memorial Stadium taketh away.
Oh, God, I hope the selection didn't collapse again.
Earlier this week, the Olds were up in arms over news about old gray lady going cash only.
You mean cashless?
Yes,
whoops.
that
Nick,
is what I meant.
Why'd you write that question?
Listen,
Ross?
I've been mistyping all day, man.
You have. That's true. That's
Good
true.
point.
Hockeys.
Hawktua. Well, good news, Olds, John. Memorial Stadium Wi-Fi technology has been improved. But Nick, you say, that's my impression of John. I thought there was good news for the Olds. When they're watching games they want to watch, not post on the Facebook. Fair, John. But how about this? FanXP Wireless will no longer work in the stadium seating areas. So, if you want Wi-Fi, go to the concourse. Jonathan, as Speaker of the Olds, I almost called you Jonathan. That was weird. I'm sorry.
It's not even his name.
Do you like this?
Why would you upgrade the Wi-Fi and not do it in the main stadium?
Many are asking. Many are questioning this.
And how
an
are you
upgrade.
going to be able to pull off if the vendors going up and down the aisles are using the card readers and the Wi-Fi hasn't been improved in the stadium bowl? How is that whole procedure going to work?
I saw somebody say that they'll have their own separate Wi-Fi, and you wonder, honestly,
Do we know this for sure?
Well, so my theory would be, is that actually why they are getting rid of, like, they're lessening it for inside of the stadium because they want to connect all the dorky cashless folks into it.
God.
You should love this. You want to watch the game. Old man Doug signed off on this. Watch the game. That's what Doug said. I figured you would say, watch the
I get
game.
it. It's part of the growing pains, but this is also one of the issues when you have a stadium that needs help in making fan amenities better, and they're probably doing it a little bit backwards.
Yeah, I don't like this because when I go to games, I do like Wi-Fi for the commercial breaks. I can hop on Twitter, see what John Bishop
Well, as we
tweeted.
know,
I don't like open
even
Wi-Fi.
when you're sitting next to someone in a vehicle, for example, you don't want to talk to them. You just want to watch your game on your phone.
Wrong. I just like reading I like seeing your tweets.
I don't trust public Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I do.
You're a fool then.
Yeah, well, hopefully I don't get hacked.
Should college football move up its season for good? Ross Dellinger
I fixed that.
asked that question yesterday. Well, should it?
Should it? Probably. They're going to have to. If they want to move up the calendar and avoid fiascos like this year, where there is a game on December 21st and they're going directly against the NFL, that would be one way. That said, John, if they want to have like the opening weekend of the season all to themselves, they're probably going to have to anyway because the NFL is going to expand their season soon, and thus they will be moving up the start of their year to Labor Day, which is actually how it was when I was growing up and certainly when you were growing up as well. Should it? Maybe. Will it? Absolutely. We will be talking in the future on a Friday like this about week 1 of the college football season.
All joking aside about this not being a really important week, it is silly that you're opening a season with just a handful of mostly very low-profile games. I get, the NFL doing the opening night Thursday, something special like that, and I'm fine with that kind of a concept. But anything that has week 0 in it is silly to me. So, yeah, I think eventually you're going to see this become the new week 1, and it's probably going to have to. And then at some point, the NFL will probably usurp that territory. Pretty soon, Josh, you'll get your wish. We'll have opening football on July 4th weekend.
Nice. Also, on top of what you just said, it's a great point. When baseball does what they do and they're going to open next season overseas somewhere, you don't like that either. And it is kind of odd that, like, I'm excited for tomorrow, but it's also a lesser version of next weekend. I'll be way more excited for next weekend starting.
Yeah, because everybody will be involved, not just a handful of teams, most of them you have never heard of before.
Sure.
Josh, this one hits really close home to you, I'm positive.
Oh?
Scott Service has been fired by the Mariners.
Oh.
Is this the right move, Josh? And only Josh answer this question.
I want to hear John's opinion, too.
Well, I mean, you're such a big fan. I thought you'd have some takes.
Sadly, it seems like it was the right move. But maybe it wasn't. I don't know exactly.
I think Scott Servers is being scapegoated.
Should we have him on the show?
I feel like you're biased.
By a bad franchise.
John's biased.
That's my favorite team, you jerk.
I know Creighton already has a coach in waiting, but...
Oh, interesting. Not a bad idea.
Will Creighton pull in Iowa?
He does look a lot like Ed.
Well, they are related.
I know, I'm just saying.
In the CFL, there was a walk-off missed field goal last night kicked by the winning team.
What?
Watch.
Clock ticking down to 0. Final play for the walk-off Argo win. Iralau heading left. Missed it, heads out, but it's a single point, and it doesn't matter.
For the audio, by the way, if it sounded really crappy over the radio.
But you did hear it. If you did hear it, you heard that right.
Yes.
In Canada, if they missed field goal goes out the back of the end zone, it's a 1-point rouge. And people want to move this country if Trump gets elected.
Yeah, it was a walk-off missed field goal.
It's pretty wild.
That is the dumbest thing ever. Also,
the dumbest thing
if
ever.
you notice, and I've got a still on this screenshot, the time had expired.
Okay, that was one of the first things
before
I noticed.
the snap. But you know what?
What?
In the CFL, that's totally cool, totally normal, because the game must end on a play.
What?
So, yes, it was perfectly legal for them to snap it after the clock had expired. So not only did the clock expire before the play started, but he missed the field goal. But because it went out the back of the end zone, they gave him a point. It was a tie game. Argonauts win. Canada, you are stupid.
Dumb version of football.
Do they have the same scoring rules? Because 1919 feels like a really weird tie to begin with.
It is, but you can have that happens in America.
They literally have the rouge.
Yeah, it happens in America.
Finally, the most important news. New Lord of the Rings trailer dropped yesterday. John, movie club pick. Let's go.
Oh, man, I still have to watch the trailer. I was going to watch it this morning, and then I forgot, and then I never got around to it. And I got to the office, and I didn't want to start it because I didn't want John yelling at me the entire time I watch it. So I'll watch it when I get home tonight.
Hell yes.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you for your support. You are a great friend.
Thank you. I love Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, me too, man.
It's a good story about friendship and love
and walking
and adventure,
lots of walking
and action,
and little trolls.
I have
duty.
Hey, guess what? You might want to stay away from that Mount
Potatoes.
Doom place. It's very doomy.
I have a
being
take.
back on the
if
menu.
there are any Tolkien heads out there, they might want to turn it down just a little bit.
The movies are better than the books.
I'm sorry.
Whoa.
I'm willing to
To be
say
fair,
it.
the movies don't have Tom Bombadil, which makes them better for me.
Yeah, he's the woe. See, even John knows.
Yes, Tom Bombadil's dumb.
We got a guy named Tom Bombadil.
Tom sucks.
He's basically just a hippie.
I read the books a couple years ago.
Oh,
and
out on hippies.
I finally am willing to say
Good
it
for you.
in public on the radio. I put my Goodreads rating up, but I'm willing to say it. The movie's better than the books.
I listened to the audiobook for the first time while I had COVID, while I was going in and out of consciousness.
Oh, the COVID boys.
So it was kind of cool because I felt like Frodo in the movie when he was going in and out of consciousness. Things were happening.
Did you get to what's for dinner? What's for
When
dinner?
you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
What are you doing? We're on the radio, sir.
Oh, John, what the hell?
I turned it off.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we know.
Oh, well.
Wow.
Well, you two were nerding out over,
guess what? Tom
So,
Bombadil is
Tom
going.
Bombadil.
Josh and I were talking about Lord of the Rings, yet John is the one that turned it off.
Wow. Interesting.
Mm.
Nick, this is going to stun you.
Yeah.
Leftover chicken thighs.
Nice.
Baked potato.
Nice.
And rice.
Oh.
It's a lot of starch, but I'm moving up my long run. Sunday's temperatures are just nasty.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do my long run tomorrow. So I figure, you know what? I'll load up on the carbs tonight and have some thighsies, as they're called, in the process.
Oh.
So what's it going to be in runner's temperature? 1,005?
Well, it'll be 68, so it'll be closer to 90 in runner's temperature. But I'm going to get out before the sun rises, so that'll help.
Well, hope you don't.
Some of us wake up early, John, unlike you lazy-ass Gen Xers who sleep in. Wake up with me at 4:45 tomorrow.
People actually wake up at 4:45 to go running. These people need help.
No, we're awesome.
You need help.
What are you having?
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm on my own tonight. Might take a page out of your book, though.
Thighs and taters?
Not thighs. Hy-Vee has these chicken griller things. It's like stuffed chicken.
Yeah.
Wrapped in bacon.
I've had those before.
Yeah, so maybe that, maybe some potato skins, maybe a veg.
I don't like potato skins. I wish I did.
I love potato skins.
I love potatoes.
I think I like potato skins more than baked potatoes.
Wow, that's a take.
No.
I know it's a take. I think that's true, though.
Nick, we should get that audiobook, that part, and just play it so
Oh
John
my
can hear
God.
how bad of a character Tom Bombadil
I do.
is.
I mean,
the
I know
audiobook.
it's a
I could
bad
probably find
character.
it.
It's in Lord of the Rings.
No,
they're
John,
good
there's so many
characters.
good characters in Lord of the Rings.
Samwise Gamgee?
A great character.
His name is
What was that?
Samwise Gamgee.
John, okay, so the friend that you take to Knoxville every year, I bet you would call him your Samwise.
I bet he has a stupid name.
No,
Not
he
even
does
a
not
stupid
have
name.
He
What's
does
his
not Samwise.
Actually, no, John's a ginger, so John would be his friend Samwise.
You're the Samwise?
You should like Samwise. That's ginger
so wait,
representation.
Is your friend Frodo? Frodo sucks.
Frodo kind of sucks.
He did have the cool sword that glowed, though.
Sting?
Friends,
Think so.
it's a good thing that football season is here because maybe it'll shut these damn
Enjoy
nerds
it.
up.
It won't.
It's back!
Next
great.
week, football is back.
Bye.
Bye.